Hello and welcome everyone to another fantastic session of Platinum Watch. I am your ever-present DM, Walkman EXE. Today we are not streaming it just because we are trying to get through the last of the social events, and fuck my phone, I left the ringer on. I'm a dumbass. Ignore me. As I was saying, don't ignore this, though. This is the good bits. I am here once again with my constant companions, my players, my adventuring host, who run through this wonderful session for me and allow me to build such an elaborate and fantastical story around the exploits and adventures of these individuals. Starting from the left to right that I can see on my screen, we have the Hawk Bridge playing our Shadow Sorcerer, Trappet Dosselin.
Good evening, everyone.
Storm Sage 13 playing Merrick Gilder, the Blood Hunter.
Everything is okay. Everything's not okay.
No, it's not.
Zodiac Zack 19 playing Rando Mishorm, our Druid of Twilight.
I have a family!
Red Beast 13 playing Avok Korik, our Monk Rogue Punchy Boy.
Hi, how's it going? I don't have enough existential crises going on right now.
And we have Vex here playing his second character, Linsbor Reyes, our Artificer Ranger.
We can fix that, you know.
I feel like Artificer Ranger is just the actual description of a Power Ranger.
It really is.
It kind of is, yeah.
Also, the only one having a good time right now is Rando.
Oh my god, it's just occurred to me that with Aura and your Shield Guardian Luke, you can just kind of form a Megazord of your own.
Oh my god.
Rando.
Assemble Voltron.
Megazord sequence.
I always had a
activated.
family, it's just I now have a mom. I have two moms.
I have two moms and a half-dad. It's like a real family.
Rando, you entered this world with one mom. Now you have a surplus.
Yep.
I have multiple siblings, a dad who basically never came back for me until later.
You finally came back from a cigarette.
A dad who did not know about you until he found you.
A dad who's like, hey, I gotta go. I gotta grab a pack of cigarettes. Came back and was like, wait, where's your mom? Wait, I have a kid now? What the f... He's like, honey, I'm gonna go get the milk. And he comes back and he's like, alright, I've got the milk. Well, she's gone. Well, that's a child. Okay, bye.
It's just a baby sitting on the fucking road, and a guy was just like, I knew this day would come.
But it's Rando, so it's like a 10-year-old.
Yeah, and Travis just like, Okay, bye.
Who starts doing mental math.
Fuck.
Somehow peels out with a horse.
How much can I sell this kick for on the black market?
I've only done it to one.
No, he could have. He totally could.
I've only done it to one. Maybe.
Maybe. You'll never know.
I don't.
Great character.
We've got off track, as we are prone to do. But recapping last session, we're in kind of the final throes of the social sessions that I had prepared to give the party time to learn a bit about their environment and get prepared for the four elements rally, simply because it is going to be a longer adventure arc with a lot of new mechanics that will throw the party for a loop if they're not prepared. So I've given the party time to kind of prepare magic items, weapons, build alliances, as well as gather information about the elemental planes to go ahead and prepare themselves as best as possible to embark on this. And we've spent a lot of time working through that, and now we're kind of in the final week of activities. Specifically, we are on the second day of week 4, so that's the final week. We're in the last 6-day stretch, and I'm gonna try and get through this as quickly as possible, just because I've kept these guys from the action long enough. I feel like we need to get into some fun stuff pretty soon, and so we're gonna be moving right forward. All right. So when last we left off, Avok, you had just investigated Voss Stormrider, and kind of still not 100% on him. So you've got, like... Did you have one more day devoted to it?
I had one more day devoted to him, Altis, meeting with Kane, and research on Eclipse.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I didn't do the third day with Voss. That is on me. Or did I? Let's see. So the first day, you just kind of met him.
We did do the third day, I think.
Yeah, because the first day he was doing his wind blade, and you gathered some information. The second day he was. I think the second day you just kind of met with him, just kind of out in the open.
No. Every time I met with him, it was in his forge. The second time I talked to him about Kivu.
And then the third time.
I actually don't think there was a third time.
Huh.
It wasn't.
So we've only done 2 times. Okay, so then we're going to be starting from there, because we need to get your definitive whether Voss is a good guy, bad guy, or not. And then we're going to go right into your research on Eclipse, Trappet's research. Well, we already did Trappet's research on Pandemonium, I think. I've gotten so offbeat with what I've been doing. This was so well organized at the start.
If we kept notes of ourselves as well.
It's fine. So we're just going to kind of jump right into your interview with Voss Stormrider. And, oh, wait, that's why. Because you did... Trappett did research on Pandemonium last week, and he did Pandemonium research again this week. So we haven't quite gotten into day 2. We're actually still in the middle of day 1 of week 4. So my apologies, everyone. I am a liar. Let's get right into your interview with Voss. So as with all actions prior, you... head down to Voss's forge, hoping to find him in the midst of some work or some actions that he is taking. And instead you actually find him not actually working. Not doing inventory, not, forging. He is actually sitting off in the corner, just reading a letter, and just kind of going over some while he's reading over the letter, he seems to be, like, very intent on what the contents are, and it's just kind of detached from what's going on. You can kind of see that his workplace is strewn about, and as far as you know, he hasn't noticed your presence there. What would you like to do?
Do I sneak up on the monk and try to look over his shoulder?
That's the question, is what's his passive perception? I will say, if he does try to percept, I will say he's not using his passive right now because he is very engrossed in this letter. So if you try to make any stealth moves, he's going to have to roll perception to beat.
You know what? I like to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Oh! Alright. Which gives you, a +10 to your
plus 10.
stealth rolls.
Yeah. And I would like to roll for stealth and shadow jump behind him if I can.
I will say this, there is a dark alcove off to his left. You could shadow jump there, but you would still have to creep around the corner to get a look at what he's looking at, because the way his bench is arranged, it's like a flat wooden bench against a stone wall. There's an alcove off to his right that leads to different sections of this undercroft, and then there's the area on his right is that long tunnel you've seen him go through with all the inventory of active members or deceased members of the Platinum Watch.
Okay. And so I'll do that and then I'll roll for stealth?
Yep, you'll roll for stealth.
Okay. That's really good. Oh my god. So I rolled with advantage because of my boots, right?
1 second.
Boots of Elven kind.
Yes.
Okay, with advantage, I rolled a 17 plus 13 plus 10. That's a 30. Wait, no,
That's a 40.
That's a 40!
Okay, that's a... Not high enough. Even with all his modifiers, that's not going to beat a 40. You're able to sneak up on him without him noticing you.
Am I able to... do we switch to 3.5? I'm able to peer over his shoulder if I get close enough without him noticing.
Yes, you are.
Do I need to make a perception check for this?
Nah, you can see over his shoulder.
Okay.
The letter he is reading is written in Draconic.
Damn it! I don't speak
Um,
Draconic.
and it seems to be like, judging by the scriptsmanship, you can tell that whatever it is, it's urgent. But you know, as you don't speak Draconic, you're not quite sure what it says.
Do I recognize any markings that could relate to Thieves' Cant?
There are a few in the sentence structure that you recognize as Thieves' Cant symbols mixed amongst the Draconic script.
Interesting.
Now, without knowing Draconic, you're not able to complete the full, what you assume to be cipher. But from what you can gather, it reads as follows. There's about 10 Thieves' Cant symbols you can notice just peering over his shoulder. To read the rest and to break whatever cipher this letter is in, you would need A, someone who speaks Draconic, and B, a full view of the letter. But the letter just reads, from what you can see, unknown, pursuer, crypt, silence, cold, envious, forge, truth, dead man. I'm trying to remember how many words that was. Okay, 1 second.
Can you repeat those?
I wrote the full thing down, so having to pick and choose the words of this is very difficult.
I understand.
Okay, I'll go through this as I can. I'm gonna have to change it. Just
Okay.
so erase whatever you wrote down. Write these 10 words down.
You got it.
Surveyor, tower, agent, crypt, silence, cold, forge, truth, alliance, dead man. And that's all you can really glean from this portion of the letter. And he's going to roll perception again.
I will shadow jump out of back to where I was.
I mean, you wouldn't have needed to. He rolled shit.
No, but still, just so I can walk in normally and just be like, "Hi, how's it going?"
All right. So you walk in normally and go, "Hey, how's it going?" And he kind of jumps at the start. folds the letter up and kind of sets it down and goes, "Hey, what can I help you with?"
Just wanted to say, thanks for the test. I did not know about those techniques you were using.
They, well, that's the point of the test, Avok, is you gotta hone your own abilities, your own style. So, my master may have been a Way of the Four Elements purist, but he didn't envision what it could truly become if you lose yourself in those elements. And that's what I did. I focused mainly on the elements of air and water, and ended up mastering the properties of the storm, and just gained a whole lot of new abilities for it. And Su Yen as well has her own techniques that are equally frightening. So does Guan.
So, question: when do I get my own set of fancy robes?
Well, I mean, the belt that you received is one thing, but yes, you are due for some new robes. Guan will go ahead and get those fitted for you and get those issued out to you since you were his student. Whenever you get a chance, report back to him. Let him know that you're looking to get some master's robes, and he'll hook you up.
Sounds good. I'll stop by his place on the way back after I leave.
One second, my Steam account has apparently popped up for reasons unawares. Please go away, Steam. I'm trying to record Dungeons and Dragons. God.
No, you must play Five Nights at Freddy's.
I don't know. How dare. I'm not a horror game guy. Don't put that shit on me. And he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Is there anything else I can help you with, man? I'm kind of. It's very rare that I get a break, and while I would love to spend it talking, I'm kind of,
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Yeah, just catching up on a letter from a friend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's old buddy of mine who's traveling abroad right now. Don't get much news back from the elemental planes, so I'm just trying to get as much info as I can. That hot goss. I don't get out of my forge much, so any news from the outside world is news to me. But this right here, elemental planes, that's gold mine. That's outside of my forge, outside of this material plane. That is home turf.
That's cool. Which plane is he in? Is he just sort of touring them all? Is he in a particular one?
He's just kind of touring about, but he is kind of staying an extended stay in the air elemental plane, specifically just with some Aarakocra tribes. He's wanting to kind of get some information on how their culture works.
Insight check.
All right.
I heard the words crypt, tower, and Aarakocra, and I'm not trusting that. Oh, yes. This makes me happy. 15-8. That's 24.
24, you say?
Let me double check the math. No, that's 23.
23, you say?
Did he roll a 24?
No, you rolled a 23.
Dang it! Oh, I just barely beat.
Yeah. So if you had rolled the 24, I would have just kept you on the line for a bit and then been like, yeah, you beat him. But no, you succeeded in he's telling the half truth. That he does have a friend on the air elemental plane, and they are studying Aarakocra culture, but he's not being forthright as to what aspects of their culture that he's studying.
Okay. Oh, what's the name? Maybe I'll run into him when I'm doing the valley. If you want, I can drop a letter off for you.
I mean, I highly doubt it. The rally tends to have like pretty strict run zones, man. I mean, if you run into him, you'll probably run over him.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine, and we've got our own messaging system. So if I need to get into contact with him, I will. But hey, if y'all pit stop at any point during the rally, check out the village of God. Let me think. How many years has it been since I was there? Hizuk, I think, is the name of the village. Let me go ahead and he actually turns away for a moment and walks back over towards his forge and turns his back to you. I'll say this, with the amount of space between you and him, you're about maybe 15 feet from him, from where he was sitting.
You're tempting me into a sleight of hand, aren't you?
I'm not tempting you into anything. I'm offering you a sleight of hand.
There's no way that letter would go. There's no way he won't connect the dots if I take that letter. Thinking.
Scala! He cries out as he turns around from his forge.
Scala.
Yeah, man, Scala. If you ever get a chance to run by Scala, it is super awesome. There's not a whole lot of Genasi communities there because, well, I mean, we're kind of a rare breed, or a half breed, I guess I should say. So not a lot of huge communities there, but there are some Aarakocra that live in the area, and a lot of cool creatures that dwell in Scala. Specifically the Sky Wyverns, man. Those things are majestic. A bit vicious, but pretty cool.
Cool. Have you spent a lot of time in the elemental plane?
A bit as a kid, not a whole lot. You know, like Dad would take me back there every now and then, but it wasn't often that I ventured there. And once I became, an adult, a lot less so. And once I joined Platinum Watch, indefinitely no.
Right.
Uh,
what kind? I'm just curious as to what kind of creatures live there, just so we're prepared when we do the rally.
I mean, you got your standard elementals, and then there's, of course, different varieties of giants that live in the elemental planes. As well, there's a lot of creatures that dwell in the air elemental, specifically a lot of avian creatures like the Aarakocra. And there's other denizens as well. Like, it's been a long, long time, you gotta understand. But, you'll find all different varieties of creatures in the air elemental plane, as well as the other elemental planes. If the rally... I think the rally they said was starting this year in the fire elemental plane. So you're going to see some Ozir, which are pretty cool, but just don't engage them too much because they're kind of hot-tempered. And I mean that respectfully.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hey, no problem. Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way I can repay you for all you've done for me. I mean, if you want, I can even if you want to reply to your friend, I can even just drop off to the elemental plane for you. Can I do a courier or something?
No, thanks, Avok. I appreciate it, but like I said, I've got some tried and true methods, so.
All right. If there's anything you can think of any favor or anything that I can do to just pay you back, it would mean a lot to me.
I'll let you know.
All right. Avok's gonna go in for a hug. Like, come here.
Okay, and he embraces the hug. This is nice.
This is nice. And now the question is, do I use this opportunity to sleight of hand? No, I can't. He'd know. Avok leaves very uncertain of everything.
All right. Ah, man, if only you'd stolen that letter. No, I'm just kidding.
No, yeah.
Because that would have. I mean, it would have helped you, but it would have.
I would have just I would have asked Chad like, hey, can you read this? And he'd be like, oh yeah, this is smut. He's talking to like his girlfriend or something. I was like, damn it.
I mean, hindsight's 2020. You could have just stayed there for a while and transcribed the whole letter. But it's in the past now, and
Damn it!
hey, you made your decisions. I rolled
made my
with
decision. I made that decision.
them. We're gonna move into Trappet's research into Pandemonium, and then we're gonna move into your research on New Eclipse.
That was good.
Yay! All right, Trappet. We are researching the Pandemoniums as we do. For the most part, at this point, Trappet has a exceptionally good understanding of the layout of Pandemonium, as well as where Ball can be found and the inner workings of kind of his realm in Pandemonium. The only other additional information you could glean would be information on the various cults that reside there, as well as information on entrances into Pandemonium from the material plane. And outside of that, there's not really much else information that you would gather with the extensive research that you've done.
Okay.
But you can roll a history check to go ahead and investigate further into Pandemonium as you dig through records and archives. And I will say that with the extensive research that you've done thus far, you will have advantage on finding your documents. And if there's a specific subject you would like to target, you would have an easier time finding it.
Alright, history's 21.
Alright, and that's with advantage?
Yes.
Alright, so 21. What topic would you like to research?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to put my notes up right now while I do this. I guess a little bit more about the rulers of Pandemonium, trying to figure out how my soul can be tied to them.
Okay, so, for the most part,
If there's an easier way to get it back, apart from, let my asshole kid kill me.
I've done a lot of thought on this subject. And what's your history modifier, by the way?
+3.
Okay, so you rolled an 18 naturally, and so that's still pretty good. Okay, I am going to divulge as much information as possible that I can about this that will aid Trappet in his specific endeavors. So doing research into the Lords of Pandemonium, specifically their worship, as the first basis, which kind of ties into the cults. You know that the four rulers of Pandemonium at current are Bane on the first level of Pandemonium, Ball on the second level of Pandemonium, or he was for a time. Cthulhu on the third level of Pandemonium, and Mirkul on the fourth level of Pandemonium. Now, as you research into their worship, something catches your eye. Or eyes, I should say, not that you have magic eyes. Specifically, it is... I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this. It is a ritual of binding. Specifically, it is what is called as the Black Blood Pact. And it is a way for followers of Baal to siphon off their god's power as a form of kind of warlock ritual pact. And it is designed primarily to infuse a creature with the essence of this god, to draw from his power by literally injecting their essence into the subject's body. Not many survive this ritual, and those that do are known to be exceptionally powerful in the fields of, warlockdom. But you specifically recognize this ritual because the criteria is all too familiar. It says that the ritual must take place in a sanctified set of stones, not far from a village teeming with life. It is said that then the inhabitants of said village must be subjected to what is called the ritualistic carving. And that once they are sacrificed in what is known as the culling, a process called the distillation begins, where one by one the subjects are subjected to this magic until the life force of all siphon into 1 to 3 participants. At that time, the ritual is then performed, and any, remaining life forces in the area that are not at the epicenter of the ritual are used as fuel to tear open a rift in the planar bindings and, release the essence of the god into the subjects. You recognize the ritual all too familiar, because the processes and steps, while you didn't know the names for them, are exactly what occurred in your village. Now, the scale at which your village was used was much larger than any ritual you can find in the book, or at least the records of this ritual being performed that have been recorded in history. And from what you know of your powers, you are not drawing from an existing pact with this deity. This power is manifesting from deep within you. So as far as you can tell, your powers seem to stem from the god Baal, the Lord of Murder. And that these powers are much stronger than anything else that has been seen through history. And as you do some more digging through Pandemonium, you find a specific section of another ritual. And as you kind of put the pieces together between these two rituals, you realize what has occurred. And there is a ritual that you find specifically related to blood magic called Soul Reeve. And what Soul Reeve is designed to do is it is a very potent blood magic spell considered 9th level or higher. And what the spell is designed to do is by using blood as a fuel sacrifice, by fueling the ritual with the life force of dozens or hundreds of individuals, one can actually reave a portion of their own soul, split it into fragments, and either disperse it amongst items or even twist it so that they can intertwine their lives with another deity or existence. They can bind it to a creature or another human being, or even in very rare and very exceptional cases, they can actually bind their own life force to a god. And as far as you can discern, by poring over both rituals and kind of reading what the criteria are for both of these, you can determine that whatever these cultists did is a mishmash of both rituals. So it's not that Kino needs to kill you, it's that he needs to separate your soul from your body in order to untangle it. Additionally, you can figure that, or at least as far as you can tell, if this works one way, it may work a second. So, if proper executions were applied and you were able to handle the magic in a very specific way, and this would not be something that you would be able to pull off now with your level of expertise, but if handled properly, you could untangle your soul and restore it to its full being. You could remove whatever corruption or taint currently bears on your soul. And possibly, if you were able to locate them, you could do the same for Kino and Marianne, if you could find wherever their souls have ended up in the afterlife.
Well, I know Kino's in Pandemonium.
Mm-hmm.
And how does that affect my immortality?
You are not certain. The ritual is entirely, for the most part, theoretical. And this ritual that was performed on you is one of a kind. So the only people who knew how it worked or the secrets of it are dead.
Yeah, I kind of went overboard on that.
So for the most part, you're not certain what would happen to your immortality if this entanglement was removed. But as far as you can gather, the prolonged lifespan, the exceptional powers, the affinity for darkness seems to stem entirely from your connection to the God Ball. And that's what you discover.
So that's my Tuesday. Didn't get much accomplished at all. Jesus. That's a lot. I got like a page of notes just off of that. Traffic goes and gets a drink.
As you do.
By the way, where were the books I was using it?
The books?
Yeah.
They weren't in your private collection. They were actually at the Temple of Agma, as are most of the books you've found thus far.
Okay.
But they were in the restricted section. Like, Trap had to be like, all right, look, I've researched everything else in Pandemonium in y'all's library. Can I just let me into the dark books? Let me into the forbidden knowledge.
The good shit.
And they reached out to the librarian general and then signed off on it, and you're good to go. You got your premium library card.
All right, and I come back later tonight and burn down the whole temple.
All right, cool. Wait, for real?
No.
I was about to say that's.
We always gotta check with Trap It.
So close to the Order of the Profane Soul. I wonder how that's gonna go well over for you.
Mary's just standing outside. Like,
We
"What
detect a spike in arcane energy and shadow magics. Oh, it's Trap It. Well, full force of the order, everyone. No quarter. Police brutality. You know how it goes.
Alright, someone get the platinum. Someone get the Platinum City phone book.
Let's beat him with it.
As you know, it doesn't leave bruises.
Yes. Anyway, so we're gonna go dive into Avok's research of Eclipse.
Cool. Real quick, as Avok is leaving, am I able to jot down any like symbols of Draconic that I could recall from that? Just particularly in like how the ones that were close to the woods I could decipher.
Roll a general intelligence check, because this will be recollection. This is not history, like discerning something from recorded history or from the past. This is literally delving into your short-term memory.
I understand. Okay. Ghetto 20.
Yeah, you're not able to transcribe like the whole thing, but you're able to write down the immediate symbols preceding the Thieves' Cant. So basically you get a pairing of symbols, one Draconic and one Thieves' Cant, that you just kind of piece together into a working strip of just those 10 items that you saw.
Okay.
So you have a total of 20 symbols.
20 symbols. Okay. I'm just going to go on headset. Hey, I'm going to need anyone who speaks Draconic to translate these later.
Perhaps I or Ari could help you later.
Yeah, Rando is like out of town right now.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Rando's
Oh, no! Travis the only one for Avon.
Dun dun dun!
Fly goes into the lair of the spider.
And luckily, we can just throw this into your Eclipse research.
We could.
Mary just comes up calms. Would you two please play nice? Kill each other after the rally.
Okay.
I haven't done anything cross. The spider thing was just me out of character.
Okay. Good. Tell.
The spider!
Yeah, Hog, sometimes you just keep the accent going.
It's too
It's very
good.
intentional, dear.
It's too good.
Let's start with like the N64 Spider-Man game.
Yes.
Alright, in that case, I'll stop by, get those 20 symbols translated by Trapit, then do some general research. Hawk, has Trapit told the group the information that you learned about Eclipse?
I
So-
have not had the chance.
Now we do!
We have not gone over that with everyone yet. I guess Merrick meets up too. And,
Ends boy.
yeah, Travis still doesn't trust Lensbor. There's nothing.
Merrick will
there's
bring
nothing-
Lensbor
Which is
along.
fair, because Lensmore doesn't trust Travis.
I mean, that's good.
Lensbor's smart.
Yeah, Merrick's stupid. He's trusting of people because he has to be.
Anyone who wants in on translating some draconic words, fall in, I guess.
Ah, wonderful. Put a nice brisk on.
Copy. I'm inbound. I gotta clear my head after shit.
I need a distraction from being at the library all day.
Merrick's gonna join in too, I guess.
Okay. Oh wait, Lensbo doesn't have doesn't Lensbo have communication devices?
Yeah. Janice outfitted him with.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were...
Yeah, that was handled early on.
Okay, good.
Well, Traffic can't speak Draconic, so...
He has comprehend language.
Also, I've been learning
That he
Draconic
does.
once in game.
That's also
Like,
true.
Trap is actively learning this entire month Draconic. And again, he said that he or Ari could do it, so Ari, actual dragon there. If he can read Draconic, I know he speaks it. I don't think he can actually read.
Yeah, just because he can speak doesn't mean he can read.
Well, we're about to find out.
And he was
Yeah.
raised in, like,
A cave.
yeah, away from everyone.
But I've been teaching him Common and how to write Common, so we'll work it out.
So do.
Oh, what the hell?
Hi, Trappets.
Team.
Well, 3 of the team. Rando's on Sparkle with his mom, and
Do
Len's
we know that yet?
boys.
I don't think we know that he's
Oh yeah,
met
we
his
have.
mom.
Well, Rando's somewhere. God's help his soul, and Len's boy is doing research, I think.
Right. So, good news and bad news. Good news is we don't have to suspect Janice of anything, because he caught me while I was ransacking his office, and he could have killed me, but he didn't.
Doesn't
necessarily prove anything.
So,
Uh,
yeah, but
Go ahead.
so the act of him keeping you alive means that he's no longer under suspicion.
No, not, let's just say there were various, factors into that conversation.
Hmm.
I'll bring you guys fully up to speed later, but basically, I'm thinking he's clear. Voss, I'm 50-50 on, unfortunately. That is, unless there's anything incriminating in these symbols. Half of it's thieves' cant, the other 20 symbols are, I don't know. It's draconic, that's all I get.
Don't you understand thieves' cants?
I do, that's why I recognize that it was thieves' cant. But I don't read draconic, that's the problem.
I asked Ari if he could help translate.
He looks at you and he goes, "Yes, I can translate." And he kind of gestures for you to hand over the list.
Alright, I do so.
He reads over the symbols, kind of, and kind of quickly on a separate sheet of paper writes down what they translate out into. And he does it rather quickly because I mean, draconic is just kind of second nature for him. It's he was born speaking it, so.
Maybe when we've been working on a month for draconic to common.
Yeah, he just writes it all down in common for you. He struggles with a few words, so he kind of works with Trappet to figure out some of the words, but is able to transcribe all of it down for you, and he leaves spaces for you to fill in what you know. Like I said, he just writes down the 10, like the things down line
like
by
10
line.
or 20 draconic.
Yeah, so he writes down 10 of the draconic things, and then he leaves a space for you to write down your 10 thieves' cant things.
Cool.
Hey, it's Mad Lib.
I fill them in. What do I get now?
So I'm gonna go ahead and actually send this to all three of you. Is Merrick there?
Yeah, Merrick's here. Hi. Merrick is just being very stoic in the corner thinking about the whole Oathbreaker bullshit. Sweating profusely.
So now that I've sent you each of that, because that is, like I said, it's half the message, or at least as much as you could glean. So the gist of the message reads as follows: Our surveyor approached the tower. Platinum agent in crypt. Radio silence. Aggression cold. Kivu's forge seized by truth. New alliance with Deadman.
Kivu?
Yeah, that's something I needed to talk to you guys about. Kivu's not missing and he's not dead. He's rogue. Or at least he's crazy or something.
Yes, I could have told you that. That was one of the things I learned, wasn't it, Walker?
I do
My
not
note-
remember.
You gave me, was it 3 names?
Yeah, both Chabot and Avok learned that information.
No,
Oh, yeah, no, you
I learned
learned-
about Kivu. He learned about James Blackhand and Edmund Hargrove.
Right, I was just talking.
But he also learned Kivu as a freebie because he got 3 names.
Wait, what was it? Edmund or Edward?
It's Edmund Blackhand, or no,
It was James Blackhand.
James Blackhand, Edmund Hargrove, and fucking
Kivu.
blanking Kivu Strongbeak. Yeah, it's late. Great time to be recording. But yeah, those are the 3 names that Trappet was able to get.
Do you share those names? Out of curiosity.
Yeah. I can already tell you that. He's on the council for the Eclipse.
With James Blackhand.
Blackhand and what's his name? Edmund, Hargrave, Dargrave.
Yep.
Well,
Sounds about right.
We have a problem then. I know who
so?
Blackhand is.
Do you now?
He's one of the monastic masters. That's trained alongside my masters.
You guys want to hear even worse news?
I don't think it can get worse. Hit me.
I highly doubt as well since some of the things I read today.
Garrett's an Oathbreaker.
I'm sorry, what does that even mean?
It means he's gone against Bahamut.
I mean, didn't Maxine do that? And he just kind of told her to stop it and she got her act together? What is that?
Basically, paladins take upon an oath, and they serve that oath. Maxine was all about vengeance. An Oathbreaker is when they go against that oath. Basically, what Malcolm was kind of steering Maxine towards.
Oh, shit.
And Merrick sort of looks over at Trappet. It's the paladin that fell. It's an unhinged, unrestrained paladin.
I'm aware of what it is.
Yeah, just doing a callback. It's an unrestrained paladin that has no qualm with the old oaths as restrictions. Like, the paladin is the sword of the gods. And now the god doesn't wield that blade, but a mortal does. I get the feeling that Gareth isn't... I get the feeling he's using this as a means to an end. That he knows this is not the right thing, but it's for a lesser evil for a greater good sort of situation. I think if I can just talk to him, we can get him back. I know, a new idea for me. Talking to potential enemies.
Yeah, well, at least you're consistent there.
This... God damn.
All I know is Oathbreakers are almost always
Oh, shit, come on.
more of the evil scale.
That's
And-
fun.
I've also learned a few other things. For one, I've learned what Kiwi Strongbeak's name in the clips is.
Oh, really? Code names.
Hi, and a Blackhands.
And Edmonds.
I didn't write down Edmonds. I wrote down the other two. I'm also paying close attention to Linsbor during this to see if any reaction from him.
I mean, is he assembled for this?
Oh, I thought
I
he
mean,
wasn't. Okay, he's not there.
yeah.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, Linsbor. I thought Merrick just brought him.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to, but I didn't know if Vex wanted to be brought along.
Yeah, Trappet's just not trustworthy.
You wouldn't have been against it.
In that case, Merrick would have brought him just for the sake of building camaraderie with the group. Like, just because he's
I'd
new-
forgotten we were together.
Yeah, and I didn't know if you were here or not.
Last I remember, I was hanging out with my son.
Okay, yeah, you.
Oh yeah, if you're doing stuff with your family.
No, and that's
engage-
just the last thing I remember doing from last session.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the first, like that was something that happened during your, I'd say the first day of your requisitions, and you hung out with him and had kind of a good time. I'll say that if you want to join the teammates for this could be kind of like midway your requisitions on the second day. You can join them for this.
Okay.
Merrick would preface this whole thing with like, just because he's new to the group doesn't mean he's untrustworthy by virtue of not being with us since the beginning.
But people have been with us since the beginning. What exactly the most trustworthy? I don't trust.
Cough, cough, Malcolm.
You shouldn't trust anyone at this point.
I have to. Otherwise, I'd be looking over my shoulder for the rest of my life.
In the
Besides-
position you're in, Merrick, that's exactly what you should be doing.
Lensbor has actually been with Platinum Watch longer than any of us, especially me.
Hi. Hi, and how long was Kivu Storongbeak with Platinum Watch?
He was one of the founding members, so technically he was gone shortly after I went missing. So technically you can say Lensbor's been with the organization longer.
Yeah, admit it.
I see your point, Trapit, but Lensbor hasn't done anything to earn our distrust or trust, so let's just treat him fairly. That's all I'm asking.
Fine. I've acquired the code names for Kivu Strongbeak, James Blackhand, and Edmund Hargrave. Kivu's known as the Madman. Blackhand is the Serpent. What was Edmund's? I did not write that down for some reason.
The Reaper.
And I know that there is the Hunter and someone else. Like, what was the other one?
You know that there is the Huntsman and the Shadow.
Okay, there we go. And both of those are Platinum Watch.
I like that.
One of them has the potential to be in Platinum. Like the names that he provided you to choose from, he said that you could learn that there was the possibility of learning of someone in Platinum Watch. He didn't say that all of them were in it.
Yes. And then there's also someone else from Platinum Watch within the council. And they go by the moniker either the Shadow or the Huntsman.
That's a problem.
And the Huntsman, potentially Ziara, maybe Gareth.
Maybe Voss.
Ah, yes. The Shadow. Well, Janice is always in the shadows, always behind the scenes.
It's not Janice.
It could be Avok for all we know. We
It's
don't
true.
know.
It could
That's the
be
point.
me. That's a fair point.
By the same logic, I could be the Huntsman.
Hi, you could, and I could be the Shadow, or the Trickster, or the Reaper, or literally any of these stupid names. Any of us could be it. Actually, I wouldn't mind being known as a Trickster. That sounds very nice.
We'll bring up at the next meeting.
Yeah, next meeting, everyone gets to pick their own colorful code name. I will be goodest boy.
Yes. You get all the pets. So, at least we now know certain code names.
Yeah, we can keep our ears to the ground for that.
It'll
What
be
else
easier
do
for
we know?
Lensbor.
Because he's short.
Haha! Humor!
Turns out Lensbor's the huntsman and he's just slowly poisoning our drinks.
Slowly.
Yeah,
Didn't
sorry.
give any of you a chance to notice and do something about it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, please,
Like,
Merrick.
sometimes before
Liver damage is the most potent of poisons.
Lensbor, my passive perception is, let's see, 22.
Let's see. Let's see.
Slap hand.
Passive sleight of hand, not enough.
Oh, Walker.
Yes?
Before this, I assume that I cleared to make sure there was no one listening into the study while we talked. Or should I roll for that?
I mean, yeah, you could have done so.
Merrick's going to chime in on that just with hearing since he gets advantage on that.
Yeah, I forgot.
Not that helpful, damn.
Yeah, there's no one there.
Okay.
I'll take your word for it, because I only got a 13.
Might want to get a 20.
Yeah, there's nothing. No one is around. You told Ari to play outside, and Anala is working on her studies somewhere else.
She doesn't give a shit about us. With this, though, that weird dad that she doesn't give a damn about.
Alright, so that's where we're at pretty much at this point.
Right. In that case, we got Phil know in once he gets back. I'm gonna try to do some more research on Gareth, see if I can figure out why he's going down this path, and if he can be brought back from this.
All right, and if that is all for this meeting of the minds, we'll go ahead and move forward with Avok's research. Because it just occurred to me,
Right.
Trappet, your third day research was on immortality, and I kind of just already gave you your answer on that one.
Hey,
I kind of gave you a knowledge dump.
Yeah, what I missed? I went AFK for a second.
We adjourned. Basically, you didn't miss anything.
Okay. So with that additional knowledge Avok learned, he's going to see if he can do research to find any clues as to who the huntsman or the shadow could be.
All right. How? And this is not new territory for me, but this is definitely something that's going to be a lot different from the ways you have previously gathered information. So, because this is seedy underworld stuff, so you're actually going to have to use your criminal contact. So my question is, how are you going to go about acquiring this information?
Do I bring in Johnny Scabs?
I mean, he is your point of contact for the underworld at this point. You could get his assistance pointing you in the direction of other people, but...
I would talk to him about someone who I could approach who could assist me. Like, anyone who could have this information. Anyone who I could speak to, shake down, intimidate, anything.
So he sits with you and it's just like... you head down to his bar. I believe it was the Scummer's Flask is the name of his. So you head down to the Scummer's Flask, and as you get down there, as per usual, it is just a rowdy joint today. People are fighting and drinking and just kind of having a good old time. And the upstairs is unnaturally quiet this go around. So you kind of climb the stairs with caution, but as you arrive up there, you realize that the reason for it being so quiet is that there are no staff up here. It is just Johnny in his office smoking a pipe, and it's just like...
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Avok, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you.
And how you doing? No staff up here today?
I told him to take the day off. I'm just... it's time for some Johnny time, you know? It's Johnny time. I'm just, just no work on the books, no dealing with the mooks downstairs. I'm having a me day.
It's good.
Think I might go to the spas later.
That sounds like a plan.
It may be. We'll see how it goes. I still do have a few things that I do need to wrap up today. But how can I help you, my good buddy?
I'm actually, looking for information today.
Information, all right. I like that game. What can I help you with?
I'm looking for Agents of Eclipse.
At this, his face just drops.
I'm not asking for you to do any research gathering for me. I want you as far away from this as possible. I just want to know if you have any names you could point me in the direction to.
Even though he understands that you're not asking him for this, he's still a bit shaky. So he sets his pipe down, and you see him like reach into the bottom drawer of his desk and pull out a very large flask and a mug, and just start pouring himself something that even from this distance in the room you can smell. It's just potent. And he shakily takes a drink of it, and he's like, why you gotta raise my blood pressure, Avok? Why you gotta do this to me? You're killing me, man. You're killing me. You come back from the dead. I welcome you into the business. You're killing me. I love you like a brother, but you're killing me.
I know.
Oh, God. What happened to the leads I gave you last time? The Su Yin lady and the Damien Silva and the alchemist lady. Did any of them help you? Did you get any?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good news. I'm a master now. That's awesome.
That's great. You want a drink? And he offers you the flask, just like shaking in his hand, like it's
absolutely.
It's practically vibrating.
I'll absolutely take a swig.
Make a con check.
Okay.
Or saving throw, sorry.
Alright, that's okay. What's my con? Ooh, 13?
So immediately upon taking a swig of this, your throat just burns. Like it feels like you more or less just poured like hot tea down your throat with a side of gravel.
That's strong.
Yeah, it's the good stuff. And as he says that, Avok, like you kind of as you hand it back over to him, you kind of realize your arm kind of feels just really light. You're not. I'll put it this way: you're not hammered, but you are definitely tipsy.
I got a strong buzz going.
Yeah, it's good. So, as I said, this Damien Silva fellow, the only other people I can think of that might be able to help you with this are there's a guy, and he's useful, but he's kind of a freak. They call him the Candyman. And I can direct you to him with a letter of recommendation, cause he don't meet with nobody. He don't meet with nobody he don't know. Or doesn't receive recommendations of. So I can put in a good word for you. I can send you along with a letter. Just be polite.
Does he charge anything? How should I conduct
Oh
business?
boy, does he. But it's nothing material. No monies. He normally charges in like rare delicacies or sweets, books of all different variety and kinds. Sometimes he'll even contract services, or ask for important documentation.
I have a few ideas then.
Yeah, there's some things you put in with him, and then there's one other person I can think of. If you can really call them a person. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna head to, if you choose to go down this route, you're gonna want to head to the Stormy Maiden, and you're gonna ask for Genie.
Story made and ask for Genie.
Yeah.
What am I walking into with that one?
You'll see. Just make sure that if you meet with Genie, you word your sentences very carefully.
Good to know. Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome. You
swear.
want another one for the road?
No, I'm really
No.
fucked.
Get that away from me. Poison.
I promise that this. I won't ask you to look into Eclipse again if I can help it.
Okay, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll be seeing you around. If I don't see you by the time I get back from the Elemental Rally, stay safe.
Yeah. I might just take a vacation.
Yeah. Try visiting my homeland sometime. It's beautiful there.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. What's my country called again?
I'm trying to remember because I know that you were kidnapped by Elloran, but I can't remember if you were. No, you weren't born there. You were born in Varianus,
Very honest, thank you.
but you were kidnapped and used as part of their slave army.
Yeah.
He was taken from the majestic land of Hoboken, New Jersey.
Yes.
So
that-
he has pointed you in the direction of 3 different associates that you can draw information from. We'll count the first interaction as part of your day 1. Your second interaction, whether you intend to go back to the same source of information or strike up a new one, would be your day 3. Research into Eclipse.
So, do I have enough time to visit both the Candyman and Genie?
Yes, you can visit the Candyman on day 2 and Genie on day 3.
Okay. I will
or
start with the
or
Candyman.
vice versa. It's however you want to do this.
No, I'll start with the Candyman because Avok at least got a little bit more information on how to do business with them. So he'd go there as a first resort.
Okay. I'm so glad I get to do this again. So you find this, following the directions Johnny Scabs gives you, it leads you up to the Deluge, and you find inside this ramshackle slum town this exquisitely maintained mansion. And the first thing that catches your eye is that there is a workforce in the yard of gnomes that are all smiling, and they're dressed in these nice little dapper suits with bow ties and big pointy hats. And despite their bright, broad smiles that kind of just brighten your day, their eyes just scream death. And one of them approaches you and just goes, "Hello, sir. May I help you today?"
Yeah, I'm looking for the Candyman.
You've come to the right place, sir. Just right through those doors, and just if I may ask a favor of you, sir.
Yes, what can I do?
Kill me, please. I want to die.
I spent 30 years dead. It ain't as good as it sounds.
He just grabs you by the front of your pants. He goes, "Listen, you motherfucker, kill me, please. I'm begging you. It's not worth another day.
What the fuck?
Please." And then you hear across the like lawn, and the gnome just looks terror-stricken as he looks over at this well-groomed human man, very kind of elderly and lithe, but in a nice suit, and he goes, "May I assist you, sir?"
Yes, I'm here to see the Candyman.
"Right this way, sir. Back to work, Fiddledy." And he goes, "Kill me," as you walk away.
I may be back to poison the water, who knows?
And he just, for the first time since he got here, you see what seems to be almost a legitimate smile, and his eyes twinkle at the mention of poison.
Well,
as you
oh
enter...
my god, Storm. I love it. Anyway, yes.
As you enter the estate, I'm trying to remember what the butler's name was. I want to say it was Woodrow.
We're not here for the butler. You know who we're here for.
It was Woodrow.
It was Woodrow? Okay, perfect. Perfect. So, the butler leads you into this small alcove off the main foyer, and opens up a room, and inside you see it is filled with like these large libraries that would normally be filled with books. Is just filled with these little glass containers full of confectionaries and sweets of all various kinds and shapes. And inside you see this very large and rotund orcish man in a lounged chair with these nice bright red and gray pinstripe pants, a nice suit, but it all seems about 2 sizes too small for him. And he's got his feet kicked up, and they're kind of crammed in these tiny shoes, and he's sitting with this bowl of just confectionery sweets to his right that he's kind of shoveling into his mouth, and he's got another bowl to his left that he's shoveling in, and he goes, "Woodrow, I didn't have any appointments here today. Who is this man?"
Hi, my name is Ava Korik. I'm here just to ask you a few questions.
"This man's name is Ava Korik, sir," he says immediately after you say that. "Ava Korik, never heard of you. What are you doing in my house? And give me a reason I shouldn't make you into something nice."
Well, I heard that you enjoy a good delicacy, and I'm curious if you've ever had Goliath cooking.
"Interesting that you do mention this. I have partaken of a few Goliath delicacies in my lifetime. It just depends on what cuisine we are discussing, but that again is not the order of business at which I am currently perplexed. I again ask, who are you, and why should I not bake you?
Well, I have a few questions about Eclipse, if you're so inclined, and I was wondering if we could come to a trade of sorts.
You have a letter of recommendation.
Oh yeah. I have this letter of recommendation from my good friend Johnny Scabs.
Bastards calling in his favor, I see. Great. Just another 3 and I'm off his list. And he snatches the letter out of your hand and just rips it up in front of you and he goes, what do you want? Eclipse, you said. Hot button topic these days. I have a great deal of information at my disposal on that subject that I can disclose without putting myself in any form of dire strait, but I need to make sure I'm not divulging too much. As you understand, information trade is all about acquiring and then protecting your assets.
Absolutely.
I'd be willing to trade with specific bits of information if you are so inclined. I have quite a few bits that I could divulge right off the top of my head, but as I'm sure Johnny has told you, I prefer to trade in delectables and books, rare knowledges, and documents and treatises if you happen to have them.
Tell me, have you ever had authentic Goliath food straight from Variana's?
I've had a few imports in my day. I even hired a slave chef. He worked for the Elementan army, but after things died out, not a lot of work for men like that. So I acquired him and put him to work. He has made a great deal of delicacies from his homeland, but I'm always interested in trying more.
Oh, slaves, you say?
Formerly, he does have his freedom now.
That's very benevolent of you.
Well, I'm not a terrible man. Freedom is earned for those who can deserve their place.
Oh no! Avok's in the wrong house.
Are you?
Avok was a slave, my dude.
Oh no, I'm well aware.
Okay.
And he's not saying that he openly
Yeah,
keeps slaves forever. They earn their freedom. They earn their freedom.
And just Avok has a problem against the whole slavery period.
Tough
Okay.
shit.
Yeah. No. Literally, yeah, tough shit. Okay.
Well, time for Trap to look for a new underground contact after Avok murders the guy.
Nah, this guy's gonna eat me. Are you serious?
Takes your fist in one gulp, and you're like, oh shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, authentic Goliath cooking. He meant himself.
Have you ever had authentic Goliath bicep? Ah, just like screaming as he carves off.
Rolls over on top of Avok and wins.
I mean,
I take 10d10 smothering damage.
anyway, back on track.
I don't need d20. So, I'm curious as to what kind of names you have at your disposal.
A great deal. I have, well, you might say, a deep tap network into the Eclipse hive mind.
And how'd you get that established, may I ask?
Well, they're always looking for willing consultants, and I'm not looking to turn down coin, no matter how much blood is on it.
I see.
As an associate of Johnny's, I assume we hold similar ideals on that matter.
Right. So, Walker, growing up as a strong Goliath boy, do I know of any Goliath dishes?
So,
Definitely not as cultured as Trap It.
I'll say that you definitely have some cuisine knowledge. Now, it's not necessarily fine dining. It's kind of more commoner table things. Not that there is such a thing as Goliath fine dining.
Oh, if anything, the closest thing is just like, hey, we killed this really big thing.
We should cook it with some rosemary. It's the only spice they know. That and coriander. Anyway, you know a few dishes. Nothing that would necessarily be considered a sweet or a confectionery, but you do know of some savory pastries that you could prepare.
Some savory what? You cut out.
Savory pastries, kind of like a meat pie.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I know of a few pastries that would be made in my clan, in my tribe.
Interesting. I would be willing to sample a few. I will give Woodrow, give him free reign of the kitchen for a while. Let's see if he can cook up something to save his life.
Oh, if my life's on the line, I'm sure I'll perform.
Enter Shokugeki no Soma OST.
Avok walks into the kitchen sweating.
All right.
I'm having a flash forward. Trappin and Ava both in appeared the same day trying to get information and had to do a food war to get it.
I'll Shokugeki you for it. Yes, I had always heard of the ancient texts, but I never believed they would exist. The food war.
I don't believe in Charles, boy. It's a conspiracy.
Anyway, yeah. So he gives you free reign of the kitchen. I'll say this. This will be. There's not necessarily a cooking check. I guess this would go along the forms of two things. You're gonna have to roll a history to remember the recipe, and then you're gonna have to roll a performance to cook said food.
Oh my, that's a +2 and a +3.
Roll them dice.
Would survival help?
Because this is for my survival.
Also, cooking could be a survival skill.
I'll say that in preparing the freshness of the ingredients, yes. Depending on what recipes you remember, you can make a survival check.
So, which should I roll first then?
History first.
Okay, history first. Oh god, that fell. Got it. That's a ghetto 20.
All right. You remember quite a few recipes. Again, for the most part, you didn't. There wasn't a lot of cooking that was done. You know 3 specific recipes that your grandma prepared for you. One is a Goliath peppercorn pie, which is a spicy meat pastry.
Nana Korvik's favorite.
Then you also know of a like a meat dish you could prepare with potatoes. It's kind of a, I guess the best way to describe it would be surf and turf. It's a fish fillet prepared with a steak and potatoes.
Okay.
And then you know of a Goliath favorite, just referred to as rock salt pudding. And surprisingly enough, you have the ingredients for all 3 of these dishes within this establishment. There are fresh eggs for the pudding, as well as different forms of cream and other additives you would need to create the custard and prepare everything. Additionally, with the meats, he has very fresh prime cuts of beef and fish fillets, as well as a variety of different potatoes. And as for the meat pie, you could, again, pull from his meat cooler, or and then for the dough pastry, there are a lot of different grains that could be prepared into a dough that would serve well for a pie filling. Or pie crust, my bad.
Sounds delicious.
So depending on what dish you want to make, like for the rock salt pudding, you won't have to roll survival because you're not. I'll say for the meat pie and for the meat dish, you will have to roll survival because those ingredients do require you knowing something about the game and about their freshness.
But for the rock pudding,
It would just be a straight performance.
Okay, let's save that one for last then.
Okay.
I'll start with the meat pie.
All right. Roll me that survival.
Okay. Ooh, that's a 12.
You're able to kind of gauge which, like, you can't really gauge which meat is the freshest, which would probably, and what would taste the best with what, but you do know what cuts you could prepare kind of quickly. And you also know kind of how to prepare the potatoes properly.
Okay.
You didn't really gain a whole lot of knowledge off that.
Right. Second one now?
Yeah, you gotta, if you're gonna cook the meat pie, you gotta roll performance.
I'm sorry, you cut off for me. What?
You rolled survival to determine the freshness of the goods for the meat pie.
Oh, and then it's performance afterwards.
Then it's performance afterwards to prepare.
Oh, okay. Okay, so performance. Okay. That's cocked. That's 15.
You make an adequate meat pie. Grandma Coric would be proud.
Alrighty. Whew. Let's work on the next one there, boys. Survival.
Yep.
Oh, yes. That's a 21.
This time around, you're actually able to kind of, now that you've done the work with the meats, you're actually kind of able to gauge what is the most fresh and what does have the most viability and pairing. For the potatoes, you recognize these smaller potatoes that would have kind of more of an earthy taste would pair better with the steak that you're picking out, and then you actually find a fish cut, a salmon cut that's a little bit more gamey that you know would go well with kind of that rich taste of the steak and the earthiness of the potatoes. So you're able to kind of pull those together and find a few spices as well that would accent the meats to bring them to their fullest flavor.
Right. Just double checking one more thing. Okay.
And I'll say this, with your survival being as high as it was, this will give you a additional +3 to your performance.
Okay. So rolling performance now. +3 to performance. That's an 18.
Then plus your additional 3.
No. I mean that's total with the additional +3.
So 18. You prepare a delightful meat dish. You are very, very confident in its taste and quality.
Cool. Now for the pudding. And this one's just straight performance.
Straight performance.
$16 total.
With your 16, you're able to pull off what you assume to be a very, very good rock salt pudding.
I mean, what rock salt pudding? You cut out.
Very, very good.
Ooh, excellent.
And with that, your feast is prepared.
There was one more thing I would like to do to prepare before he enters.
I mean, he's not going to enter.
Before I present it.
Yeah.
I cast Enlarge on the pudding. Giant double pudding. You cause a creature or an object you can see within range to grow larger or smaller.
Yeah, okay.
I get the feeling this is a bad idea.
No, this is something that Walker didn't account for. Fuck. All right. Woodrow comes in and goes, "How does it prepare? Oh my! That is quite the pudding."
It is.
Very well. I will And we shall present it to the master. And he kind of like trays the meat pies up very carefully on a plate, because they are more like they can be prepared in a larger quantity. They can be like an actual main entree, but these are more smaller, like kind of not quiches, but like not like mini quiches, but they're small.
Oh yeah.
And then there's the main dish, and then the pudding. So it's all presented before him, and he just looks at everything and he goes, "Quite the spread." Very shit, that was me actually sucking down too much saliva. Fuck. Fuck this character's voice. Very well. Let's see what delightful things we can consume. And he begins to try the meat pies, and he kind of chews on them very thoughtfully, and he goes, "Not a bad preparation. I've had better though. This isn't anything necessarily original. I've had good
Not my
meat
best,
pie.
I'll admit.
Let's see for the rest." And you watch as he actually, like, first time ever, you watch him pick up a fork and knife and actually slice into the steak first, and he actually skewers a few potatoes on his fork as well, and he just... "Woodrow, yes, bring me the autumn red. Right away, sir. Wait. Not the best vintage, medium vintage." And he's like, "Yes, sir." And he brings him out like kind of a semi-dusty bottle of red wine, and uncorks it and pours it in a glass, and he's just like, "Yes." And he wolfs down your prepared food and finishes off about half a glass of wine during the entirety of the meal, and you just kind of sit there silently, because at this point it's just like, please don't eat me.
Yeah, if he looks at me with Hannibal Lecter eyes, yeah, I'm dimensioning out.
And then he notices. Well, he noticed it at first, but he did want to go through the proper preparations of things. He notices the
The
overlarge.
vat of pudding.
I mean, it's more of an ice cream tub of pudding, but let's be real here.
Yeah.
And
Quick question: if he falls into that, does he become the Jogo?
It's not that big.
if he's not already. And he pulls out a large spoon, like salad dish spoon, and is just like wolfing down the pudding, and he's like, "This is fantastic. Never had such a delicacy before. This is definitely worth a bit of information." And he just is going to town. Woodrow's just sitting quietly at this point. And as he finishes his pudding, he looks at you and he goes, "Yes, this is well done. With this, I will be willing to part with some bits of information. Let me see. Ah, yes. I believe I have a bit of information that might interest you. It's actually about the command structure of Eclipse, as it were."
Really?
Yes, So, the first bit of information that I will grant you is that Eclipse runs on kind of a secular basis. Each group operates on a continent, and they are divided into subsets and cells. Each cell is overseen by a leader, and those divide into sub-teams, which then divide into units, which divide into divisions. It is a very large branching organization, but it is mainly overseen by what is known as the Four Cardinal Heads.
The 4 cardinal heads.
Yes, one for each continent, as it were. Or at least one for each continent that remains.
Yes.
And as for the next bit of information, I think we'll play a bit of a game for that one. I have a few individuals that are in Volta's higher council, and I would be willing to part with such information for the delights you have prepared for me. And, we'll shuffle it up, as it were. I can provide you with 4 titles, and you can pick one and see what you gain from it.
And these titles?
Yes, of course. And he kind of chuckles to himself, and he goes, the first of which is the Serpent. And next, of course, is the Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the Huntsman. And he kind of looks over you and he goes, Eva Korik, was it?
Yes.
The Watcher. And he is grinning from ear to ear with this look of kind of, I wouldn't classify it as malice, but it's intrigue. He's wanting to see what you will do in this situation. Because he knows. You can tell on the look of his face. He knows what happened.
Stone-faced, I would like to say. You enjoyed 2 out of the 3 dishes, did you not?
That I did.
I would like 2 names.
That's not quite how the information trade goes, unfortunately.
Much like how you found the first dish unsatisfying, I too found that first bit of information unsatisfying. I'm here purely for names, not information on the structure.
Well, then you should have specified before we made this trade. Again, 1 name I'm willing to provide. Because one of your dishes was satisfactory, and the other was worth a delightful morsel of general information on the Eclipse command structure. But since you did not specify that names were the primary purpose of your visit here, I am only willing to part with 1 unless you can prepare something else, or provide something else that might be of considerable value.
I think I can provide something of value.
Interesting. Go
I
ahead.
pull out the poison. No. I pull out the mule kick drum.
The what now?
I have in my inventory mule kick drink. Mule's kick.
Okay.
I think it's something I picked up in a previous session. I just can't be sure.
All right. He looks it over and he goes, what purpose would I have for this beverage?
Seasoning.
Well, truth be told, I have never heard of this mule's kick. But if it's anything like dragonfire wine, then I don't think I will be terribly interested.
Tell me, have you eaten beholder's teeth?
Once. It was ground up into a nice cream that was spread over the cake. I've never quite had something like it, but it was quite delicious. The center of the cake was actually one of the beholder's eyes.
I can provide you additional teeth.
Can you provide me additional eyes?
Perhaps.
Very well. I will take the teeth, and provide you with 2 names. And he extends his hand for the teeth.
I hand him a couple of teeth.
And he sets them aside into a jar and he goes, all right. What names would you like?
The Watcher.
Going straight for the big fish, eh? Can't say that I blame you. That dessert was mighty tasty, and had I not been prepared such delightful meats, I would have probably dove straight into it. But you have requested the juiciest bit first, so I might as well indulge you. The Watcher. He looks over at you and goes, you might want to take a seat.
I sit down.
Wouldn't want you fainting. 8 foot of Goliath is hard to pick up. All right, then. The Watcher goes by many additional titles. First of the Storm. The Warrior of 6 Fronts. The Vigil of the Stone Crypt. But I believe you might know them by a different name, Mr. Korik. I believe the name you would know them by is Master Voss Storm Rider. And he sits, and he reclines back in his chair, and he's just waiting for your reaction.
Insight check.
All right.
Natural 20.
He is telling the God's honest truth.
Avok's face. Hold on, let me actually roll for this. Avok's face doesn't react, but his eye pops a blood vessel.
He kind of chuckles at that and is just like, well, I did promise you an additional name. So, what would you like?
For me, it's either the Huntsman or the Shadow.
Shadow. Interesting. And he leans back and he goes, tell me, by chance, you wouldn't happen to be working in conjuncture with a Mr. Dosselin to gather these names, are you?
I simply have a suspect that matches the description of both.
Interesting that you would come here with that specific title in mind.
List all the names earlier?
No, he listed 4, and the Shadow is not among them.
Ah, shit.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, it was
I thought
not.
it was.
He listed the Huntsman, the Serpent, the Reaper, and the Watcher.
Okay. I missed Watcher when I wrote him down.
So he is now suspicious, and he goes, it is quite interesting that you have that specific name in mind, so close after one of your known associates comes to visit at my door asking for similar information on Eclipse.
Whatever Chabot's doing is his own business. I don't speak too much these days.
So my sources say, but some sources may say otherwise.
Avok just looks confused at that.
I'm just wanting to know that I'm dealing with honest people. So tell me, are you in league with this rabbit?
I work with him on the same team, but he did not tell me anything about you. He did not tell me about these names.
I'm gonna need you to roll deception.
I mean, technically, I found out about
him through Johnny, not trap it.
Yeah, I did not mention the Candyman or the 2 lists.
Not the
of-
Candyman,
from
but
Platinum
you
Watch.
did mention the names.
True.
But also, I'm saying I also didn't mention the 2 lists of Platinum Watch agents I was given.
Yeah, you didn't mention that, and you didn't, and you again got Candyman's
I almost
information
got
from
away.
Johnny,
I almost
but-
got away with the wording. I almost got away with that.
Anyway, roll deception.
You got it. Ghetto 20. Probably not high enough.
And he leans forward in his chair and he kind of puts his hands together.
I do the same.
Mr. Kotick, when you delve into my line of work, you find that there are certain things you do not do. The first of which is lie to an information broker. The second is have weaknesses.
You're referring to Rita.
As if I would be so base. Besides, I always believe saving the most delicious for last. No, I am referring to your connections.
Right. Then if
I
I
like
may,
to know that honest men I am dealing with, if I am to divulge information on the clients that are paying me better than you, then I need forthright honesty in the information I'm being provided.
then you know I'm being honest. Do I get the feeling that he's calling my bluff?
He is absolutely not amused at this moment.
Okay, in that case, let me be honest with you, since you've been so gracious to be honest with me. I want the name of both the Shadow and the Huntsman. Furthermore, you are right. I should be honest with you, as someone dealing with information. As you should know that the dead are restless. If you cross me, you cross a mountain of dead bodies that I had to crawl over to return to this side. If you dare threaten anyone I hold association with, I will rip you in half, you fat fuck.
He is completely stone-faced during your threat, and he goes,
I would like to lightening up my fists.
okay.
I am not making idle threats, you pompous, arrogant sack of wind.
Still stone-faced. Listen here, corpse. I deal with psychopaths on a daily basis. You think this is enough to threaten or frighten me, child? I understand the capabilities that you possess, and I understand the dangers that you would pose to my being. But you do not frighten me, because I have seen many like you come and go in the dirt. And even those who I have dealt the killing blow to, those who I have ripped their lives asunder, when they come to me with their fury and their vengeance, they fall just the same as any other, because when you hold an information network like mine, you hold so many fates in the palm of your hand, and you have so many little puppets on your string. If I wanted to, if you decided to come for me, I could bring down the entire might of Eclipse on top of your filthy little head before you would even know what fucking happened to you. So I advise, Korik, that when you threaten me in my home, you make damn sure that you are going to kill me in the first, because if I draw breath, you will fall.
So we're agreed. We're not scared of each other then.
You should have every right to be. But I guess if you are not afraid of Eclipse and their dogs, or those that lead them, then I can divulge additional names, but just know that going forward with me, Goliath, if you lie to me, I will make you pay for it.
Then we have an accord.
Indeed, although I have not lied to you since you have come into this place.
No, but you played games. You took enjoyment in the fact that you knew the name of one of the ones involved in killing me, and that he was someone I respected. That's not very hospitable of you.
Well, to be fair, you're not a guest in my home. You are merely a client seeking information.
I cooked you dinner. That's gotta count for something. I made you a giant tub of pudding.
Very well. You wish for the names of the Shadow and the Huntsman.
Yes.
Flip a coin.
Okay.
2 names are what was promised, and 2 names is what you will get.
I do not have a coin on me. I'll just roll a d6. Evens is heads, odds is tails.
All right. Before you roll that, you might want to call which one is heads and which one is tails.
I just said evens is heads, odds is tails.
No, I get that. I'm just saying.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you could just
Also,
say like the shadow is evens, the serpent, the huntsman is tails.
Yeah, I'll say shadows even, huntsman odds.
All right, and then now you can roll.
I rolled a 1.
So the huntsman it is. As the coin you flip lands heads up, you realize that the name that you are going to be requesting will be the huntsman. And as that thought leaves your lips, the Candyman chuckles again. He's just like, very well. The huntsman is a dangerous man, someone you do not want to be on the cross side of, or downwind of his bow or rifle. He is dangerous, and he is prodigious in his abilities. Long ago, when there was a competition, a grand hunt, led by the god Ul, 2 men clashed for that title, and one came out victorious, an Octavius Vaughn. But his rival, bitter and disillusioned at his loss of favor in the god's eyes, bartered with the forces of Eclipse and has worked his way through their organization to cut a bloody reputation. Just know that if you ever cross this organization, pray that they do not send him after you. Beware the name. William Dosselin.
Dosselin, you say?
Yes, I find it quite amusing myself as well. Old Trappy there could have gotten his hands on one of his son's names the other day, but fortune favors in different ways. Well now, you have your 2 names. If you want any more, you better have something really good up your sleeve.
It would have to be particularly good given how much I've pissed you off today.
Quite.
I will give you this honesty. Trappy did not reveal the information came from you. He did not reveal how he came across the information. He did not betray your anonymity.
Well, of course not. In this line of work, he understands the type of business that needs to be done. And he understands what would happen if he crossed me, and likewise I him. Granted, again, I'm not quite afraid of those who've come and tried. Although I will say this. You scare me a lot less than him. Because a man who has a lot to lose can garner such wrath. But a man who has nothing to lose strikes with such furious abandon. It's quite chilling.
I think you should give the guy fighting for something a bit more credit. They have motivation.
Yes, but they are more often than the other prone to despair.
Ooh. And I think that's the scariest part of all. What happens when a man like that falls into despair? Then they're willing to do just about anything.
Well, assuming they're not broken by said despair. Not many men have the strength and fortitude to rebound after falling such heights.
True. Some are just stubborn. I'll do some digging to find you some extraordinary recipes.
See that you do if we continue to do business in the future.
If I do, I'll make sure that if I can, I'll send a proxy so you don't have to deal with me personally. I feel as though I've
I don't
damaged
like
this
dealing with
reputation.
proxies. I like dealing with my clients face to face.
Very well then. And I leave.
Before
Well, that
you
went
go,
horribly.
before you go, if I may,
Certainly.
next time you see the Watcher, tell him his watercress soup is delightful.
Certainly.
And he motions you to leave. And as you leave, Woodrow goes, "The master normally would request that you have a glass of brandy, but he has not requested it in such capacity today. But I still feel that it is necessary given the circumstances. Please have a glass of brandy."
I just want insight to see if he's spiked it.
All right, insight check the freaking butler.
Natural one.
You have no idea.
I mean, it's always the butler, isn't it?
It's a 50-50 shot.
I think I would respect the master's wishes this time.
Very well, sir. Perhaps next time, if things end more amicably, the master might grant you a glass of brandy.
Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck, sir, and I do mean that sincerely.
Thank you very much.
And scene.
So Voss Stonerider is the Watcher, the monk guy I've been investigating.
Also, I kind of get the feeling with that last little bit that Voss might be on his way out with Eclipse. If he,
Wait.
'cause he's basically just saying like, "Hey, tell him that you know." What if the Eclipse is just about to cut him off?
What, guys? Real question. What's stopping the Candyman from telling Eclipse these guys know?
Absolutely.
Absolutely nothing!
Okay, so cool. We burned him and his bullshit establishment down
Oh,
to
yeah.
the ground.
So,
Yeah,
kind of-
speaking
kind
of
of
walk
reason
up,
is
that-
I have something I'd like to do later this night.
Alright.
Part of the Candyman's house.
For a
still
second,
need
I
to
was
stuff.
concerned. I'm like, oh, are we ending the session already?
Oh no,
got
I might
concerned.
I might assassinate the Candyman. I haven't decided yet.
Don't. I need him for stuff still.
He lives for now. Wait till we're level 20.
I'll tell you guys what I was planning on saying after this.
Okay. We're talking the collusion chat.
I mean, if Walker didn't even ask me to roll intimidation, so I don't think it would have mattered.
Yeah, he's not afraid of you.
Yeah.
He literally has dealt with that cackling madman that you've seen in your horrific nightmares. He's not afraid.
But is he afraid of War Hero American?
Part of the reason Travel's kind of keeping a decent
I mean,
relationship
probably
with
not
him is like,
afraid
hey,
of you, but he does realize your potential opportunity.
No. Part of the reason I was just Travel's kind of keeping a decent relationship with him was Travel's like, hey, maybe this guy might be my in.
He could still be your in.
Yeah, you just
Still
gotta
very
throw
much
Avok
be
under
your
the
in.
bus.
Yeah, fuck it. It's gonna. Yeah. Ah. Also, what the fuck? I have another son.
You have
But the
8 children.
commandant
How is this a
crap.
surprise to you?
8 that I know of.
Man, he just. Man,
No, I
there's
mean,
on the ground.
eight total.
Okay.
Also, Hawk, I'm sorry, but I have no regrets about any of that.
All right. So I have another name to add to the list. Is he either the priest or the painter, or neither?
Neither.
Okay.
I mean, this was
Also,
essentially Avok.
I'm also a little touched he's using my chosen name.
Hawk, you just have like a crossword puzzle of bastards, don't
I
you?
have a chart. I legit have a chart going on. Like, all right, here's Rando.
I'm
Here's
sorry,
Ari.
what about Bastard Childs?
Yeah, I'm counting you as one too, you little shit.
I mean, just because Kino was a villain, why do all of your kids have to be evil?
Like, I
All
got
of them
this little-
aren't. It's 50-50.
I know,
Also,
I'm.
at this point,
Yeah,
I'm
the
halfway-
pirate sounds awesome.
At this point, I'm also worried that Z's
Apparently
the one
she
too,
is.
because technically, Trap had helped raise her a little bit. He views her as a kid. I really hope that's not Walker rubbing his hands in glee at the thought of Ziara being evil.
Oh, that was
I
me,
mean,
that
well,
was
well,
me.
technically, you've already discovered all 8 of your children.
I know, but like he kind of views Ziara kind of like he does Ari as someone he helped
Yeah.
along a little bit. He views her kind of like a daughter.
Yeah. I will say this: William would be your youngest son. The priest,
younger than
the priest,
Rando.
the priest, and the painter are both. Well, maybe not your youngest. He's probably second youngest.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who's younger than me?
All of them.
Dad, what the hell?
All of them are younger. You're 59.
Some of them are older. Like my firstborn, the halfling pirate.
Kino?
She's old.
Kino's older than me.
Well, yeah, both of them are older than you, and there's one other that's older than you.
Wait.
But
I thought the
I'm
bard.
not your last child.
I thought the bard was older than Rando.
You were the last to be discovered.
You have a bard?
the
Yes,
bard
he's
the
not.
bard is not older than Rando. He's not 59, but
Okay.
he's definitely like just because they were born after a certain one doesn't mean there was a great period of time between that. Like I'll say this,
I don't know,
the
but I've been around for 6 centuries. I had been doing something.
yeah, but you haven't been having that many
Someone.
Doing
kids.
something.
Hey,
Someone.
you got it.
Or I guess I should say this: you don't have many kids that are living. These are the 8 that are alive right now.
Oh, okay, this makes more sense.
Rip.
Ugh.
Should have gotten the
I had all-
vaccinated, man.
Oh my god, Rando travels through time to gather all of his siblings.
Also, wait, you said 8 alive. That means Kino's alive?
Well, I mean
No,
he's
Kino's
dead,
dead.
but there are 8 that were alive in this time period.
He's counting Kino as like one of the known ones.
Oh,
One of
okay.
the ones that were alive at the start of this
There can only
storyline.
be one.
That was one hell of a digression.
Anyway,
was.
let's
sorry.
get back on track.
Sorry.
That's
Not to
fine.
get back on track here, but can we get back on track?
All right, after. Jeez, it's late. All right, we're gonna have to move faster.
Must go faster. Must go faster.
Getting fast.
Shit, we still have Avok. You still have one more day.
We'll make this fast.
And I do too.
Well, I mean, your immortality thing was already.
Well, no, I still have Ziara.
Yeah, you do. All right, you said you were gonna go see Jeannie.
Yeah, shit, I gotta see Ginny and Altus. Fuck me. Okay, yeah. I'll make
Did
this
you?
quick.
Okay. First, before we do that, did you still want to do that thing at night?
No, I was kidding about that.
Okay. Because I can tell you that would have ended one way for you.
Yeah, a new character.
I mean, I didn't say it, but it was implied.
I mean, that comes down to the dice, doesn't it?
Fair enough, but at the same time, the Candyman is not someone to be trifled with.
But you don't understand. Walker cheats.
It is
Well-
his dice, but at the same time, his dice are bigger.
Well, no, I mean, you have to consider, like, you would have been raiding his complex.
Home turf advantage, yeah.
So, think of just how many gnomes you saw there that were just so ready to die.
And I can give that to them.
Yeah, but they also have a job to do.
That's if they see me.
Here's the thing, Red. Basically, what Walker's trying to say is, fuck this shit for now, get to level 20, bring down the entire group.
Eh,
Yeah.
You win by surviving.
I mean, honestly, Avok, cardiac arrest will get the Candyman before you do.
High
I mean,
blood pressure.
also, if I kind of won, enlarge only lasts for about a minute. That pudding just like really just kind of
Look,
shrunk
not
in his
very
digestion.
happy.
Just remember,
Now.
we take a chill pill, and you come back with the demigod rando.
Oh yeah, your Godhood Ascension shit. If I'm,
Assuming you get that to that point, yeah. But anyway,
Also,
Genie.
that seems
I will-
Avok
I
wants
will
anyone
do it.
else to help him.
Anyway, Genie.
Yeah.
So you head to the Stormy Maiden. And I'll say that you head there early in the morning, because you got a bit of a sleepless night with all that you know now. So you head to the Stormy Maiden, and as you arrive, you see kind of the usual setup. Galleon that has been beached is lit warmly with the light of candles, and the tables out front with those little hanging lantern lights are all still illuminated. The place looks pretty empty because, well, again, it is the morning. There are a few regulars that are already here for their morning bev, but you are among a select few that are here. As you kind of go into the bar, you kind of ask around for Genie, and the bartender kind of grimaces, and just for the sake of argument, who here has seen Soul Calibur? Or sorry, not Soul Calibur, Soul Eater.
Yes. Oh,
Are you familiar with the
that-
Excalibur face?
Oh no,
Oh,
that's
No, please, no.
that's a good sign. I'm excited.
Yep. As you are led back into the room to there's a small curtained room that you are led back into, and they tell you that you are to wait to be approached.
Okay.
And as you do, as you wait, time passes, and then a little more, and then a little more. And at this point, you've been sitting here for a very long time, like to the point that you have gotten so bored that you're actually just like practicing your cantrips in your head. And then a very small man enters the room. And I mean small. Like, even by Gnomish standards, this guy is short. He is about 2 feet tall, in long, flowing blue robes with a lot of gold chains and accoutrements, and a very large turban.
Hi.
And he goes, "Hello, yes, and welcome. How may I assist you today? I'm the genie, yes.
You're the genie?
Yes.
Why do they call you the genie?
I don't know. Why did they call you Stone Guy?"
A lot of people call me that. That's true.
"Yes, I could foresee such things. Now, what may I assist you with today?"
Yes, I'm looking for the names of Eclipse agents.
"I knew you were going to ask me that."
Oh, really? Yes.
Yes, I have what the young kids call the sight.
Oh,
Yes.
right.
Yes. It is
Shit.
most prodigious. Now, let me gather my things. And he begins to pull up a large amount of pillow cushions and sit up on them, and he goes, and he motions you to a table that is in the middle of the room. And he goes, yes, one moment. And he starts reaching for this tassel that's hanging overhead, and he just can't seem to get his hands around it. And he just kind of goes, eh, eh. A little assistance.
Absolutely.
As you pull it, a very slowly descending kind of wire setup with a single crystal ball in the middle descends, and he goes, yes, the ball will tell us everything that we need to know. First,
Got it.
do you have payment?
What do you accept in way of payment?
I accept many things. Baubles, curiosities, trinkets. But primarily what I am into trading these days is cards.
Cards.
Yes! And he pulls out like a binder and he sets it down in front of you and he goes, I have all the cards, rare and dangerous. For example, and he throws open the binder, and at first you're kind of expecting, like magic cards, maybe a deck of tarot, and then you see what he's talking about. I have a limited edition Ziara Platinum card with +3 advantage in attack. Then I also have one very new, very rare Merrick Gilder card. There are only 18 in existence, and I have one of them. And he slips it right back into the binder without, breaking eye contact.
I just want you guys to know, Storm's now up here with me, using my mic because we put the dog to sleep, and he just got here just quick enough to catch that.
Fantastic.
Sign it.
That's going to be my bargaining chip. Oh.
Yes, I have collected many cards in my day, and I have collected many other things, but right now the cards are what is it.
I don't have any cards myself, but I'm actually close friends with Ziara and Merrick.
Really?
Oh yes, Merrick's my captain.
Wonderful. And, how familiar are you with him?
I would consider him a close friend.
So would you be able to, say, perhaps, acquire an autograph?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. I look forward to getting it. Well, I will consider
Would you
that.
like it personalized?
Yes. I wanted to say a big howl to my biggest fan. Signed, Merrick Gilder.
A big howl to... Oh, what?
Yeah, a big howl to my biggest fan. Got it. You didn't mute.
I did. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, can do.
Wonderful. I will consider that a pro bono for now, and I will be able to assist you in one specific thing. Now, what do you seek?
I would like to learn the name of a few Eclipse agents.
Yes, of course. You had mentioned that
I
a moment
know-
ago.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was this question again? I was dealing with something.
There wasn't any question.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained at the moment. I can probably get many of those cards signed. I know Zio quite well.
What? Are you mad? Why would you sign the cards that would merely devalue them? It would add emotional weight, yes, but it would devalue the cards. I do not want them signed. I merely want them.
In that case, I can attain individual autographs.
Yes, I will keep that for my autograph book.
Alright, so one for Ziara, one from Eric. Any further requests?
Yes. I would like.
Are you just pausing, or did you cut out?
He is deep in thought, and he's stroking his very long chin beard. And he goes, "Yes, yes, there is one more thing I would like. I want you to go to the wizard Janice,
Oh boy.
and I want you to take a lock of his hair. It is but a simple request."
Okay. A lock of Janice's hair.
Yep.
I will do that.
Now, yes, you said you wished for the names of Eclipse peoples.
Yes, both their actual names and any cover names. I know one is the Shadow.
Yes, the Shadow, I have heard such whisperings and names. I would provide the information that you seek. Let me look into the ball. And he looks into the crystal ball and begins moving his hands over it. Avok, roll me an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana. Okay, that's cocked. And that's 15.
You've seen orbs of scrying at work before, and you know that this is definitely not one. From what you can tell, this is actually just a ball of glass.
Okay. Avok just sort of nods, just sort of. Avok's just going to humor him for the moment, just see where he goes with this.
Yes, yes, it is telling me deep secrets. The one you seek is someone that is dangerous. They are mysterious, hidden in plain sight. And if you are not careful, you will find their blade. This is the information you seek, yes?
No, I was looking for their name.
Ah, yes, a name, a name. He begins to look into the crystal ball further.
Quote unquote crystal ball.
Yeah. Yes, of course, I see. Do you know anyone whose name starts with a W?
Can't think of a single one. How about that?
How about a Q?
Not that either.
J?
Man, that funny enough, not off the top of my head.
Okay, look, man, I this is just my day job, all right? You gotta cut me some slack here.
I mean, I can tell that that's not even real. That's just glass.
Ah, shit. All right, look, I mean, the boss man hires me to run interference because we don't... Look, I'm not getting paid enough for this shit. We don't want people actually talking to Genie. Like, it's not wise.
And why's that?
He looks at you and he goes, "How much?"
How much for the information, or how much not to hurt you for trying to scam me?
For now, we'll go with the not hurting thing.
Okay, for now we'll go with that.
So as far as the not hurting goes, much appreciated. As far as the autographs and stuff, that was legit. If you could actually hook me up with that, that'd be pretty sweet. But
I mean, again, I can still get you those autographs if you're straight with me about Genie.
and he's actually like grumbling and thinking about this, and he goes,
What if I could get you to meet Merrick Gilder?
and his face just drops, and he's like, um, better question. Could I meet him and then him possibly protect me from my boss?
You got protected from what?
Protect me from my boss?
Is your boss doing something he shouldn't?
No, but he doesn't like unsolicited people meeting with Genie because it's just, again, dangerous, and I kind of like my hands not broken, so...
We can work something out about that.
Cool. Yeah, I can take you to meet Genie. I would ask if you do have it. Like 100 gold.
I give him 100 gold.
You can tell like the glittering of this man's eyes. This is the most gold he's ever seen in his life. He honestly didn't expect you to hand him 100 gold. Yeah, dude, right this way. And he walks you into a back room beyond the back room. And this room is solid black marble. Like floor to ceiling, just completely black marble. It's kind of in the shape of kind of like a domed mausoleum or gazebo. And sitting at the center of this mausoleum is a single brass oil lamp. And he goes, okay, now, again, never tell anyone you met this. And he goes over to the lamp and he rubs the lamp. And as he rubs the lamp, you watch as this entity erupts from its base and spreads out in this large, towering blue figure with this thick black beard and rich turban, as well as this nice black tasseled vest. And he goes, oh, God, yes, it feels good to be free. Welcome to the Casa de, well, they call me Genie, but you can, well, you can call me Genie. I don't know you that well yet, but, how is it going? Avon Korik. He just
That's
snaps
me.
his finger. He's like, all right. Well, let's see. You want some information, I am guessing. No one ever awakens me unless they want anything. When he kind of squints a moment, he goes, whew. That is a heavy thought on your mind. Man, you need to get a hobby.
This is my hobby.
I don't think Eclipse is a hobby.
I mean,
Anyway, and he kind of like rubs his eyes, and like you actually see him like flick away some sand, but it's like actual sand. He's like, okay, you want information about Eclipse specifically pertaining to the Shadow?
yes. I would like to know the Shadow's identity as well as their abilities. And if possible, their location.
No.
That sucks.
Look, as much as I would enjoy breaking that fundamental chestnut over your head, it is not in my place to say, and additionally... Okay, how much do you know about divination magic?
I know it can be blocked.
Yeah, not quite the answer I was looking... what do you know about... let's see.
I know you have to know a little bit about the person you want to scry on.
Yeah, we're not talking about scrying. Okay, you...
Oh, in that case, I know next to
You
nothing.
have spent time with... Oh, great, a great deal of spellcasters. Okay, did Logan Miller ever cover precognition?
What?
Precognition, future sight...
Oh, yeah. Like, like visions and stuff like that.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot less visions and more of I can see probability in the paths that things will take, and honestly, I like you. I've seen your past, kinda rough, but you make the best of it. And additionally, you got some pretty good days going in your future, assuming, you don't kick it.
Thanks, I try.
You strike me as a guy who will come back to see me more and more in the coming days. Although, well, that's not my secret to tell. Anyway,
Ava kind of gives him a wink. Like, Ava thinks he knows what he was referring to.
and he goes, but if I tell you this information, it will only end badly.
Oh, so.
Well, the Shadow is a tricky individual. Many of the individuals in Eclipse's higher court are volatile, and he pauses for a minute and he goes, Hargrove.
Yeah.
Yeah. That Lich was my friend, man.
Sucks, man.
It's life.
I have a friend of mine's actually a lich.
Yeah. Don't ever let Merrick know that I know the location of his phylactery.
Deal.
Alright, so. Just letting you know, if I tell you this information, it will end badly because let's just say that Secrets and your team are not going to necessarily gel too great in the future.
Tell me about it.
So, if I tell you this information, it is going to end badly for you, and specifically, well, I don't know if that you would see this as a bad thing, but Trepet would. Who would he bite it?
If I gain information on the Shadow?
Oh yeah.
Ava takes a second and considers it. Yeah. Nah. Not the Shadow then.
Alright, well, I mean, there are 4 names on your list that you do not have as of yet that currently run the Shadow Council. I'm trying to think which one will cause the least amount of damage to give you. There are 2 that are potentially not damning, but I need to pick my words very carefully. Alright, I like you. So here's what we're going to do. I will give you the name and title of one individual in Eclipse, and it is not going to be the Shadow.
Okay.
Then I will give you the titles of 2 other additional individuals in Eclipse's High Council, which will give you the full set, but you, again, will still be missing a few names. Now, I get the feeling that this name I'm about to drop on you is not going to come as a great shock, but you've already got your own plans for it, so it's fine. So the first 2 titles that I'm going to drop for you here, buddy boy, are The Crow.
The Crow?
The Crow. And the one thing I will say is, as you well know, the Crow tend to roam around the dead. Wink. And he says wink out loud as he winks at you.
Roams around the dead. Roams around the dead. Winks at me. It was Rita. No.
Don't break your brain on this one here, buddy.
Can I make a check or something to see if...
Gonna make a check on the riddle I gave you?
Yeah, because red beets is stupid.
Yeah, make
Hold
a history check to fact check my world for graveyards.
Great. Boneyard. Huh. History check. I'm gonna feel like natural 20.
It's the boneyard.
Oh, I thought you were referring to a person with.
No, literally the continent's largest graveyard.
Oh. So the crow has something to do with the. I'm sorry, you were cutting out a lot before. So
The crow either has something to do with the boneyard or may be located in the boneyard.
Okay, something to do with the boneyard. Okay.
The next title I will give you is The Black Sheep.
The black sheep.
This one's not going to really be as... I mean, it's still going to be cryptic because, again, I can't give you this information. But the black sheep is not loved. I believe that would be the best way to put this for you to figure it out on your own.
Is not loved.
Yep.
So it is Vando.
Oh!
I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Zach.
I'm actually thinking Gareth.
I am. So.
It might be Gareth.
And the last title that I will give you that comes attached with name is The Vigilant. And that is Platinum Watch's own Gareth Faison.
Never mind. Storm is spazzing out next to me.
I figured he would be. And, like I said, Shadow, potential risks there. The other two, also potential risks. But, yeah, you strike me as smart enough to figure it out. So, yeah, just figure it out and either, turn the tide in your favor or assassinate him. I'm not one to tell you how to do your business.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
And if this information's also breaking, I understand. Have I met either of the three that you have not named?
You've met all three.
I'm just gonna think about who I assume the shadow is. And I just want... just let me know, warm or cold. I'm just gonna message you.
Here, Genie, take this piece of paper and tell me if I'm right or not.
He's reading my mind, I assume.
He is not.
Oh. In that case, I'm just gonna say...
I mean, yes and no. He's using detect thoughts to read your base level thoughts.
Oh, in that case, I'll just say it. Is
Yeah,
the shadow shadowing? Because that would suck. Figured since he's been on Rendo's...
No.
Yeah, I figured since he's been on Rendo's hand this entire time.
But that is going to be a fun one.
Why?
Don't worry about it. It's not your burden to bear.
Man. Alright, so we've met all three. There's the shadow. That's the holy shit. Okay. The crow. Okay, thank you for your help.
My pleasure. One more bit of information.
Yes.
This one's a freebie. Because, like I said, I expect you to be coming back.
Oh, I will.
In the future, you're going to find yourself in a very dangerous confrontation with, let's just say, forces of Eclipse, for general summary. And at that time, Janice, your good old buddy, Two-Face, is going to be joining you in combat. When things look their darkest, just think of this as a command word. Vatican cameos. Keep it in mind.
Vatican cameos. Thank you.
No problem. Now, again, come visit me again soon. Wink.
Thanks for your help, Genie.
You can call me by my real name.
Oh, what is it?
It's Ollie.
Nice to meet you, Ollie. Shut up.
I was building up in the back, but I couldn't stop myself. I'm sorry.
Now, I just turned to you like, okay, come with me. I'm introducing you to Merrick.
And he actually, like, audibly gasps as Ollie's just like, yeah, this is gonna end one of two ways. And he just pops himself back into his lamp, and then the guy you're with is like, wait, what? And he's just like, don't worry about it, I have to go.
Hey, if your boss doesn't like that you showed me to him, we can always get you another job.
That'd be nice.
Hey, come on. You want to book for the Alien estate? Things are pretty chill, though.
What's the pay like?
I don't know. You get to live in a big-ass mansion.
Hard pass.
Okay. And I just go on comms. Hey, Merrick, critical mission importance. I need you ASAP.
I'm on my way.
I give him no other information.
I love this because Merrick is researching the fire plane, so I'm just imagining he's just like waking up and is like, all right, time to hit the library, critical mission importance.
Haste.
Just yeet!
Quick question. With my lycanthropy, I can like leap like 30 feet. Is that doubled with haste as well? Because movement is increased.
It is not.
Damn it! I was hoping they leap 60 feet through the air. That goddamn Superman.
Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and move quickly through this next stuff. So, Lensbor, you were researching the Earth elemental plane.
Who's this? You gotta get...
Lensbor was researching Earth elemental plane?
Ah, yes.
All right, I need you to roll me, since you're spending 3 days on this, that'll be 3 history checks.
Roger, roger.
Beep boop.
I did not mean for that to be like that, but
Meep, more, zeep.
Ba, 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 ba.
let's see. That's 2 14s and a 19.
What information to provide? So I will say this: when traveling through the Earth elemental plane, you will have advantage. So on all your checks there. So god damn, another thing about it, Linsmore has the most advantage out of everyone here. Like he's got advantage on the
I have the advantage on like 3 of these 4 planes.
yeah, the water
He's
plane,
the
the wind
smallest
plane,
one.
and the earth plane.
Thank you.
The fire plane is literally like the only thing you haven't devoted time to.
Well, I'll get right on it.
Well, I mean, Rando's already working on it, and he's already got
I know.
advantage there, so. But But Jesus,
We
yeah,
have all the advantage bases covered, but
you are absolutely set. So for the most part, the Earth Elemental Plane is a place of vast, empty depths, as well as large mountains and vast caverns that run rife with gems and jewels. The one thing about the Earth Elemental Plane, though, is the gravity there is a lot heavier than anything else on the planet. Anything else on this prime material plane. The deeper you go into the caverns, the stronger the gravity can get. But that is not to say that the gravity on the exterior as well is not strong. As far as you can tell, the gravity on the Earth Elemental Plane works in two separate aspects. The deeper you go, the stronger it pulls. And the higher you go, the stronger it pulls. The Earth Elemental Plane seems to be pulled in two separate directions, ever being drawn outward to create deeper caverns and taller mountains, as the Earth just continuously seems to create and be molded in this vast expanse. So flight through the Earth Elemental Plane is nigh impossible, because anyone who tries to, gravitate above those limits without proper procedure is either going to be drawn into the, more or less well of gravity that exists at the top of the Earth Elemental Plane, or they're going to be dropped down to the ground like nothing. If they don't regulate everything right, they are going to be crushed. So the safest place to be in the Earth Elemental Plane is at standing level. But even there, the gravity is about 5 to 10 times stronger than it is on the material plane.
You know what I think when I hear that?
Training arc?
Yep.
It's gonna be a montage. Montage.
I flash back to Goku on the ship heading to Namek.
It's too early to get crunk. Oh, what's this? And it's high in calcium. Do 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 do.
So
Team
what you're
4-star
saying,
soda.
if I turn up the gravity, then I can get stronger.
No. Anyway, yeah, that's what you glean from the Earth Elemental Plane. But you also notice that there are some dangers to traveling at ground level. Specifically, in what is known as the Expanse. Traveling through the mountains and through the caverns is okay. And traveling over the rocky terrain in the crags and valleys is good. But there's a large area called the Expanse that is just kind of referred to as no man's land, for lack of a better term.
Okay.
And, there's one specific reason as to why no one goes out there. And it is because of a specific... I'm trying to think of how to describe... a specific structure that is consistently moving about the Expanse. It is called the Spear of Armageddon. It is an ancient fortress built on the backs of 6 Tarrasques that consistently moves about the wastes, and it is a consistent source of widespread calamity. And so it is advised heavily that travelers to the Earth Elemental Plane do not cross through the Expanse lest they be crushed completely under the heel of this ancient fortress.
Guys, I kind of want to conquer this fortress.
Same, yeah, let's go fight 6 Tarrasques.
I mean, you don't have to fight them. You just have to find your way to the fortress without, dying.
Or we could fight them.
And die.
Yeah. But if we fight them and we don't die, then we'll get into the fortress no problem.
Also,
And we'll be level
we
20.
Fight 6 Tarrasques and
Yeah,
not
then we can come
die.
back to this fat fuck.
We'll level 30 at that point.
God, fuck.
Yeah, but
Guys, have you considered talking to them?
Excuse me, have you heard about the good word of Shadowwind and Nephion? May I interest you in some literature on the Feywild?
Quick, use that wand of T-Rex and even the fight.
You know we're high levels. We can go above T-Rex. You know that, right?
I didn't see anything higher than 9.
They're all high levels. I will say that.
Hold on.
They're higher levels, but
I need to do I need to do.
Anyway,
reading.
back to the game.
Yeah, back to the game because I gotta keep things moving. Next we're gonna do Trap It, researching his kids. So again, you know majority of your kids now. There's only 2 that you don't know names of, and that would be the painter and the priest.
Okay, so you cut out. You said there's things we have to, and then you cut out. And then you said the stuff about the kids.
Yeah. There's 2 you don't know. There's the painter and the priest.
Right.
So I'll need you to roll an investigation check,
All right. For
finding out who your kids are.
okay. Sorry, I just feel like we skipped something. Investigation. That'd be a 22. 19 natural. Hello.
Yeah. Sorry. I was thinking about this.
Sorry. My Discord always crashes.
Her name. You found out about the priest or priestess, as it were, Lilisandra Alvian, and you learned that so a couple of years back you set up this super kickin' society.
Oh no.
And it was great. Good couple of centuries of just non-stop hardcore full bore debauchery. And suffice it to say, refresh me. How many centuries did you spend on that?
Sorry, you cut out what?
How many centuries did you spend on that?
Like 75 straight years, but I came and went and did other shit for just pop away for 50 years and then come back like, hey man, the Messiah's here. Let's party.
So Lilisandra is the byproduct of one of those couplings. To be more accurate, I'm trying to think of a way to aptly put this because with the time constraints, because I will say this, I honestly did forget about the extent of Trappett's lifespan. However, I will say this: as far as children go, you've been around, but I don't think you've actually had that many children.
Right.
I'd say that it's only more in the recent years that you kind of opened up.
Mm-hmm.
So right now there are 8 that are alive. So I'll say that you revisited the colony at one point, and at this point they had forgotten about who their Messiah was. Not in the sense that they no longer had the scripture, but moreover that they just didn't recognize you as said Messiah. So you kind of got to get an outsider's perspective for a change.
And I was like, oh fuck, I need to get the fuck out of here.
And before you went, you kind of got dragged into a session of oil wrestling, as it were. And what followed thereafter has led to the new head of the priesthood, Lilisandra Alvian, simply because, similarly to, like, each of your children bear certain traits, I'll say, from you. And while Kino bared the most, because he was a direct coupling of you and Marianne, she bore a distinct set of tattoos across her back at birth. That as she grew, coalesced down her arms. And they recognized this as the holy symbols of their savior. And so thus she was exalted unto high priestess status, and more or less has led the for lack of a better word, cult in a different direction.
Oh no.
Not a bad direction. She, for the most part, you can tell that all of their previously debaucherous means have been put towards more charitable work. She actually utilizes the cult's many resources, and like she still plans excursions for them because they like to party, but she's used her influence and charisma to work with nobles of her land to kind of work to provide charitable means for those less fortunate in exchange for some time in the pleasure palace.
Yep.
And there are some less than savory rumors that you have heard about her, specifically related to extortion of certain corrupt nobles. But for the most part, the majority of her work seems to be very charitable and honest.
Okay.
As far as the painter, actually rather close to home. You find that the painter is actually located in the nearby kingdom of Blue Garden, within the Volta Imperium proper. They recently moved here after inspiration in their homeland of Darius kind of dried up. So they came to Blue Garden and struck up a more fortuitous career painting landscapes. This is... Let's see, I had a name written down here. Well, I had 5 names. I just had to pick one. Alicia von Stanton. Formerly of the very prodigious noble household of the Human Kingdom, as per the coupling, she was born a half-elf. The von Stantons didn't quite take well to that. But upon proving her prodigious talent for both the arts as well as informational sciences, and proving to be a very educated young woman, she was kind of given free reign of her own education and gravitated more towards the fine arts as time went on, becoming a very established painter in her homeland, growing her family's name and fortune vastly as her paintings sold for exorbitant amounts of gold. Now that she has a small, more or less, pension to set herself up on, she has taken to Volta to kind of strike out on her own away from the Von Stantons proper.
I shall have to seek out some of her art and become a silent patron.
Yes. Children!
If Rando painted, Trapper would put his stuff up on the fridge too. Instead, Rando's just that shitty macaroni art.
I paint with the blood of my enemies.
As you say this and do your research, Rando is just trekking home, just like, man, visiting with mom was great. What the fuck? Bad pollen this season. Or someone's talking shit.
Alright, cool.
Alright, moving into other things. Right, I'd forgotten about this. Merrick,
Yes.
you had a very specific thing that you wanted to do. Believe it was meeting with a king? A king? Merrick, you live, buddy? He's dead. We've killed him. It's done.
Oh,
Red
I'm
on
sorry.
the mic.
1 second.
We've murdered him. It's over.
Yeah, so I
Whoops.
and I are both trying to mute ourselves.
He's dead, Jim.
My bad.
Damn it, man! I'm a storyteller, not a doctor.
I'm right here, guys. Hi, I'm right here. Storm here. Using red.
Don't worry, let me roll my medicine.
Yeah.
Hello.
Guys.
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't know you knew Storm was talking through Red's mic.
Yes, I know now. You said you said in your original things you wanted to meet with King Marduk Shadro.
Yes, I did.
Well, let's meet with King Marduk Shadro. All right. So, Merrick, you have spent a majority of your time kind of doing a lot of research and investigation into Gareth and kind of working tandem with your team to develop your Eclipse investigations. And one of the things that you wanted to do, because you had made a promise to Rando and to the people of the Fey Quarter to get them better living conditions. So you had arranged a meeting with the king of Asher's Fall, Sir Marduk Shadrow. And so he arranges a meet with you, and specifically arranges for this meeting to be held at a local establishment that he wishes to meet at. I'm trying to remember where the fuck I put everything. Wow, there are not a lot of inns inside the wall proper. I have made a grave mistake. You know what? He'll bring it to your home turf. He will meet you at the Order of the Lycan.
Neat.
So as you enter the Order of the Lycan, high five a few guys as you do, and compliment some people's training. King Marduk Shadrow is waiting for you in Duncan's office. He is actually sitting there, presently in the master's office, just waiting patiently for you to arrive. And Duncan has already prepared a fine set of black tea for everyone.
Mayo takes a seat. I guess I'm assuming there's like a triangle-esque sort of seating arrangement going on here.
Kind of, yeah. Duncan has his seat, and then there's two chairs in front of his desk. Marduk is seated at one, and he's got it tilted at an angle that he can get a clean line of sight on both you and Duncan. On the other chair, Duncan has himself tilted in such a way that you would get clean line of sight.
Right, Mayo takes a seat. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Your Highness.
Yes, well, I figured it was only best since my time is precious, and, well, I figured that for a war hero, I'd better make time. So let's get into business, as it were. Your letter. Let me go ahead and make sure that I'm reading some of these bits right, because, quite frankly, I want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding your terms, as it were.
By all means.
This is just Walker himself rereading the letter, because I want to make sure I'm actually remembering everything right.
That's fine, dude. Dude, it's been a while since I sent you that. I don't blame you.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding your letter correctly, you wish me to charitably repair the Fey Quarter to its proper standings, which, might I advise, have never really been in such of a state, as they tend to keep their living arrangements quite homely, for lack of a better word. But in addition, you are expecting me to go ahead and make this my precedence over other repairs to the city. You want me to funnel resources such as food and other things that are better put towards the citizens at large to just assist a small grouping of individuals.
By no means, Your Highness. I was hoping that you remember that the elves are still your people, and they don't seem to be treated as if they are your people.
Well, to be fair, they're not entirely my people. They have migrated to my kingdom, but many of them are undocumented and are not bearing rights of citizenship, nor are they property owners. So I don't see why I should really improve the conditions of people who are taking advantage of, well, my citizenship. Houses that could be going to tax-paying citizens, for example, or people who actually are registered citizens.
I'm under the impression that they don't leave because they feel they cannot afford to, that entering and leaving your city has a fine, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there are taxes and fees associated with entering and leaving the city. That is part of the registration process by which I am able to govern my citizenship. And those that do exist within the city do gain certain privileges and exemptions when it comes to entering and leaving the city if they have the proper papers. These elves, if they have the proper papers and the proper memberships, are able to leave with no fine nor fee. But, again, if they were illegally migrated into my city and do not have the proper citizenship qualifications, then, yes, there would be a fine expected of them to leave this fair city because, well, they are not... They are here of their volition, but not the populace. And so the populace must be compensated for their departure, for their time staying. Think of it as exit rent.
But it feels as though they're just going ignored. There's been no attempts to help them acclimate to your city, become citizens, be of use, benefiting to your kingdom at large.
Well, it's not my business to tell them how to work. I am their king. I am able to provide them law and sanctuary, but I am not the one who teaches them how to plow the field or work the sweat of their own brow.
And I'm of the opinion that the measurement of a king is by the happiness of his most miserable citizen.
Well, I hope that you publish that memoir someday and that some people take it to heart, but quite frankly, I am not here to debate philosophy nor semantics with someone who has never led nor ruled a larger group of people other than 4.
Do you only care about Asher's Fall or High Rock in general, Your Highness?
I care about my kingdom as a whole, and I have made very delicate arrangements with a variety of different individuals that call this kingdom their home. Mainly even the Goliath tribes, those who originally most people thought were wandering barbarians and savages. I was able to make a cohesive arrangement with them and provide sanctuary in my governance in exchange for services and security.
And yet you can't seem to reach out and help the elves who seem to have their own set of ailments. I'm wondering if it's less of a economic and social thing and more of a prejudice thing.
I'm not quite certain as to what you're implying, boy.
I'm sure I don't need to be any more blunt, Your Highness.
And if I do nothing, what would you do then?
Let me just say this outright. I would like to announce my citizenship of High Rock. Because when I was suffering, I didn't see any city guard coming to help me. It took an outsider to save an ailing child. A king couldn't even save one lonely urchin. That's a feeling on your part.
Make a persuasion check.
With advantage because of the war hero feature?
Since you are pushing his envelope by you've won the war and you're about to renounce your citizenship of the place you called home, yeah, you're gonna roll with advantage. Natural 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I got one of those. With merit, guys.
What would that be your total?
21. Oh. My charisma's not good.
Well,
Leo,
his
1 charisma.
his is, however, his saving throw to prevent being swayed by your words unfortunately doesn't do so hot since his base roll was an 8. So, begrudgingly, you see him kind of grit his teeth as he's kind of realized that he's been backed into a corner, because if he does nothing, people are going to start questioning why predominant war hero Merrick Gilder has renounced his citizenship, and on top of that, once your book comes out, the tell-all expose about my time as a child, he realizes that that's going to not do so hot for his image as a ruler.
I'm not telling you to ignore the other citizens in favor of the elves. Just provide them the same aid you would any other.
Very well. Welfare programs shall be made.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Good day. And he stands up and storms out.
I was really hoping that was going to go better. How about you, Duncan?
With some people, you can only hope that they don't... Yeah, you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, hype ones. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Some people are born to take orders, others are born to give them. That's just the way it is.
Seriously, Duncan, thank you for back then.
My pleasure. Now, I got some paperwork to get to and a lot of tea to drink.
Yeah. Hey, one of these days when you have some time, I want to talk to you about Gareth.
Yeah, when I've got time.
Thank you.
All right, so next we're gonna move into. We're so close. Only 3 days left, guys. We're so close.
We got it.
Avok, we're gonna do your Altus thing now.
Okay. I break it to his house. No.
I go one step further than last time.
I sneak into his bed. Hey, you got a minute? Oh, shit, you're not Altus.
Hey, what are you doing in my bed?
Okay, I guess I go to visit him at his office.
All right, you head to his office, and as you arrive, you notice the door is ajar, and
Ooh,
you
this
can
again.
hear him arguing with someone.
Damn right, I'm gonna eavesdrop on that shit.
All right, roll a stealth check.
No time for pass without a trace, I'm assuming.
No time for pass without a trace.
Okay then. Okay. Skills plus. That's a 25.
Man, I am rolling shit tonight. Okay. They have no idea that you're there. So you kind of lean up against the wall, and Altus is you can hear in his voice he's very heated. He goes, "And why in the fuck am I going to be diverting troops from the front to the central city? Tell me, what purpose does it serve to go ahead and, after this war we've gone through and all the services we've done for this country, why should I divert people from the Underdark and from the borders of our continent to send them into the Platinum City? Why in the hell am I doing that? Because I am your commander, and you will continue to follow orders, Altus. Yes, Gareth, let us not forget how the High and Mighty gets to demand and bark from everyone else. Yes, you are the sole infallible entity. You get to call the shots. You're the one in charge. Right. How soon I forget. And tell me, what do Ziara and Voss think of this? What our quartermaster and our spymaster think of this bold tactical choice? Their wishes are the same as mine. Are you going to question my orders, or are you going to fall in line, Altus? We have seen too much in this city in these past few weeks. Too much in our home fronts. The border doesn't need to be guarded. It's the internal threats that we're facing now that are our prevalent concern. Yes, right. How could I forget your precious pet and his theory on this abomination from the eldritch nightmares that hangs out beyond the veil, trapped and far away, this maw of destruction that is coming for us all. I know enough that Merrick Gilder is not to be questioned when it comes to threats of importance like this, and from what his team has seen, I believe it the utmost importance that we fortify our centralized positions, because if some of these mad bastards decide to try and wake this eldritch god and actually succeed, then we are woefully unprepared to fight against something of magnitudinal proportions that we haven't even seen since the fucking Second Age. Are you going to bitch, or are you going to sign the fucking papers? Very well, Gareth. You win. You hear this hastily scribbled note, and he goes, "Now, are you going to continue to stand there at my desk, or is there anything else that I can do for you? Would you like a nice shoe shine, sir? Armor polish, sir? Fuck in the ass, sir? Would you like me to bend over on this desk now, sir? That's enough. Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, sir. My apologies, sir." I'll take my leave. Yes, sir. Pleasure, sir. At ease, sir. Fuck off, Aldous. And the door swings wide open as Gareth...
I would like to Spider-Man myself onto the ceiling and just be like, I am just gonna... How wide is the hallway? I'm 8 feet tall.
The hallway is about 20 feet wide.
Damn it.
And it's about 15 feet tall.
You know, I'm just gonna try and just, like a cat, just claw my way onto the ceiling and just hold tight.
Acrobatics check.
Acrobatics, here we go. I have okay, I'm not proficient for some reason, I'm a monk. That's from Hugh verified that this is what it is, because I've been getting a lot of ghetto 20s. Yeah. It's a 15 plus 5.
Alright.
I assume that episode will fall.
You yeet your way onto the ceiling. And Gareth exits and takes no notice of you. And as he's about halfway down the hallway, you realize that these ceilings are not not designed to contain a Goliath's weight.
Oh no!
And that even with your wonderful dexterous skills, you weigh a good bit.
I weigh 400 pounds.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sorry, 320 pounds.
Yeah, you do. Now, luckily, this isn't going to cave in the ceiling on top of you.
I let go.
But as you let go, some of the stonework does come loose and just come clattering to the ground with you.
Oh.
And as Gareth begins to turn around, Altus goes, just like cries out very loudly, "There you are! I told you not to bring these bricks around here again. How dare you? Mr. Korik, I have told you time and time again, I prefer lattice stonework. And get in my office now."
Avon just shuffles in.
And Gareth just looks confused as all hell. And Altus just slams the door behind you and bolts it shut, and he goes, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
I swear it was. I was here for an innocent reason. I just started overhearing that.
Oh, I believe you completely.
What?
Oh, I believe you absolutely completely.
Oh, okay.
Sarcasm, Mr. Korik.
Oh. Okay, I did actually happen to come here for an innocent reason. I actually, this is going to sound so stupid coming from me, but I was actually looking for your autograph if you had the time.
What?
There was this fanboy I needed to get a favor from, and I kind of told him that I worked with Platinum Watch, and he wanted Merrick's autograph, and he wanted Ziara's autograph. He said Altus was his favorite, so I kind of told him I could maybe get your autograph for him.
He eyes you very cautiously.
I'm giving a very sheepish grin, like I'm sorry to put you in this position.
He knows you're telling the truth. So he pulls out a nice piece of fine vellum and writes a small little inscription, signs his name, and hands it to you. And he goes, there. Now,
I am. Go ahead.
how much of that did you hear?
Unfortunately, a good bit of it. Drawing troops away from the underdog, huh?
Not just that, but also the border. The coast.
Has there been any activity in those areas as of late?
No, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't still patrol them.
That's fair. Very fair.
And he kind of like rubs his temples and just the bridge of his nose, and he goes, I have worked so hard these past few years to maintain the security of this nation and to grease palms and shake hands and kiss babies and whatever the fuck, and it just never seems to be enough. It's never enough to satisfy the nobles or the court or the nobles in the court or the citizens. Honest question, Avok.
Shoot.
Do you think it'd be better to just burn it all down, clean slate? No corruption, no ill leaders, no... just clean slate.
Not from the ground. I think... I'll be honest with you. I thought you were an asshole. I wasn't a fan of the shady shit you did, of the palm greasing, of all the deals. I just thought it was shady, and I thought that meant I couldn't trust you. But after bumping into you these last few times, you work really hard to maintain peace, and I respect that. You do a lot of good work for the people, and that should be respected. Now, if there were those who weren't as... If an organization was corrupted, that shouldn't mean that those within it who still uphold its core value should go.
And he leans forward and reaches into his desk and pulls out a decanter with what you can only assume is some aged liqueur. And he pours it into two crystal glasses and passes one over to you and he goes, you know, it's days on these that, despite all the shit that has happened, I honestly miss Kivu.
I wish I got to know him as well as you did.
Life of the party, that guy. Not really. We would often share drinks and discuss tactics, and a man could hold his liquor and keep an honest keel when it came to judging tactical importance. Things were simpler back then. Just the six of us. No politics, no red tape, just ambition and gumption. Gareth was always a tight ass, but, you know, more rigid back then. Huge stick up his ass.
Yeah. Gareth was always vigilant.
Yeah.
Always looking for a fight.
Well, not back then he wasn't. He was looking to avoid one half the time.
Well, I sound great. Always looking to prevent one, I should say.
Yeah, Jen is so absorbed in his book that he wouldn't notice a lot of things that were going wrong. Z, not much has changed with her, but she has definitely gotten more rambunctious with age. She was a lot more cautious back then, but
And Voss always seemed like the kind of guy to watch out for trouble.
Voss was the cause of half of our trouble, and the man was quite the fool. But a good fool.
So, question. How intoxicated is he, and did he pick up on... Did he have any reaction when I used the word vigilant with Gareth and watcher with
He is not
Voss?
He is not intoxicated at all, and he seems to be completely unfazed by those words in your sentence.
Okay. Perhaps I'm not overt enough. Are you a trick? No. Okay.
Are you a bad guy?
Are we the
yes,
baddies?
I am.
Are we the baddies? No. Okay.
Are Eclipse actually the good guys? No. No.
No.
No.
They must die. Okay.
You must die.
Hey. No, maybe the Tummy King's the shadow. Maybe the Candyman's the shadow.
Nah, but he seems completely unfazed by that, and he just looks at you and he goes, "Sorry, bit unprofessional of me.
No, that's fine. It makes you approachable.
Well, just if ever you need our aid, we're always here for you."
Yeah. And I know that you've probably been talked to death about the whole Maw crap, but I've seen it firsthand. It nearly killed me again. It nearly killed me while I was a ghost. How fucked up is that?
Apologies, Mr. Korik, but while I do trust the validity of your words, currently this nation is in no state to assess a threat of that magnitude.
I understand.
It's not that I don't believe you or Merrick, it's that, honestly, with the current state of things, I don't know if I'd even be able to get you the forces you would need.
Yeah, with that, Eclipse, the rally.
You've got your hands full, young man.
Yeah. Do you have any leads on what the names of agents could be?
Haven't a clue, unfortunately.
I would like to roll insight.
All right.
Okay. Okay, 16. This dice is rolling really well tonight.
Yeah.
24.
Okay. As far as you know, he is telling the God's honest truth. You're trying to beat a bard in charisma.
I am. Shit, I forgot he was a bard.
Got that expertise, man.
We should go out drinking.
Not
Let me
tonight, I'm
treat you.
afraid.
Alright then. Maybe when I get back from the rally.
I hope so.
I'd like to get that done before or after I get back. Whichever lines up with your schedule first.
Well, I know for certain that after the rally would be a good time.
Sounds good to me.
Very well, I look forward to meeting you for drinks.
And I leave learning nothing. I've learned a few things.
Part of me just feels like this is a flag that Altus is going to be dead when we get back.
And Gareth murdered him.
It
Guys.
was murder.
Guys, good news.
God.
Altus was innocent.
Hey guys, good news. Aldous was... Oh, and he's dead. My bad, guys. GG.
And Avok's been framed for the murder.
Oh my god.
Don't stop.
Alrighty.
All right, moving into the final bouts of stuff for the sessions. We're going to go into... First, we're going to do Merrick and your stuff with the gods. Because you were going to be diving deeper into that book, huh?
Yeah. I was gonna hinge gears to try to get more dirt on Gareth to figure out why he turned to the dark side, but well, allegedly. But yeah, I'm just gonna have my Inquisition do that while I'm away at the rally, I guess.
Yeah, you can put him to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my Inquisition do that while I read the Book of Gods.
All right, is there any subject in particular that you're looking into?
How to gain favor, how to really how to escape any bindings from certain deities should we catch the eye of the less benevolent ones. And right before I start reading, I just want to say a quick prayer to the traveler, actually. And all Merrick says is, if you're listening, let me know how I can help you out.
Okay.
That's not really related to the book, but just Merrick's just asking.
As you crack open the book and look down at its pages, you just hear the sound of a chair sliding across cobblestone. And before you, on the other side of the table, sits the familiar hooded figure of the traveler, and he goes, "Sup?"
Traveler?
Gilder.
Good to see you again. Have you been?
Busy. Lots of favors to change hands, lots of deals to make, lots of things to set in motion.
Yeah. about that? Anything I can do to help make things easier on you?
When he kind of actually seems to think about this one for a minute, and he goes, "There's a few things, yeah, actually, now that I think about it. When you get to the Four Elements rally and get through the trials, there's going to be two that's going to really hit close to home, I guess I should say. Or be dangerous would be the better word for it. And he like seems to think like long and hard about how he's going to phrase this, and he goes, "There are dwelling in the plains about." So you know the Nomad, right? And the Maw, the primordials, ancient, powerful
The
deities.
ones that are older than the old ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, old ones is just a title, honestly.
I know, but it sounds terrifying when you phrase it like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which is kind of what we're dealing with.
So the primordials have kind of spread themselves across the plains, as it were, because they don't really like being disturbed. I guess is the best way to put it. And a few of them have found their way to... Sorry, this is Walker yawning. A few of them have found their way to the elemental planes. 4, to be precise. 4 of the primordial elementals have sought the elemental planes as their homes simply because, well, there's an affinity. And when you get there, you're going to be presented with some tough challenges. Because these primordials, they don't play fair. And they don't play by any rules but their own. Case in point, the Phoenix Elixir was initially on the plane of ice, but has been since moved since it was uncovered and used as the prize for the rally. The alchemists buried it there a while ago to prevent people from finding it, using it, but, well, never doubt greed, am I right? When you get there, you're just, like I said, you're going to be presented with some tough challenges, and I'm not going to be able to help you. No one's going to be able to help you, because, to be honest, stepping up to those guys is, let's just put it this way. It's like going, fighting a heavyweight champion when you're a featherweight. Not a smart move.
I'll do my best to keep this team alive.
Yeah, I mean, not all of them are hostile. A lot of them are actually benevolent, some even laid back. But,
Can you tell me which ones?
well, you're not going to have any problem with the gardener. I mean, what's he going to do? Plant a very voracious patch of raspberries at you?
Watch out, we might be allergic.
Nah, he's not going to be a problem for you, and so long as you don't come across the chasm, you'll be fine. The two that I'd say you need to worry about the most are the Reflection and the Trickster. Simply because, like the Gardener, the Reflection makes his home at one of what y'all would be considered pit stops. And he moves it around, but I get the very distinct feeling that during the rally you're going to run across him. And You need to be very careful with dealing with the reflection, because the reflection looks for any form of weakness he can find and exploit. He's a neutral god, but he's not a nice neutral god. And as for the trickster, well, as the name implies, he's a tricky asshole. And, he'll give you all a good bit of trouble, if you let him. But knowing him, and knowing this competition, you're probably going to find trouble one way or another.
Yeah, we're gonna find trouble. We're gonna be up to our tits in trouble, let's be honest.
Yeah.
We're gonna be up to Amok's tits.
Oh, jeez. That's a height. Well, this has been fun, but I do believe we are nearing the end. So, you asked what you could do to help me. Just, help trap it. Protect Rando. Stop Avok when he does something stupid. And, trust the new guy.
I keep telling people that, but they don't seem to listen to me.
Well, tell him God told you to do it. Jeez. That tends to work. Anyway. He looks over the book and he goes, I would check out chapter 17. If you got the time.
Nice. I'm looking to that right now.
And as you say that, he just vanishes before your eyes.
Let me try. And Nook's going to look into chapter 17.
Lucky you, this is written in Abyssal.
Oh, thank God.
I'm just kidding. I had planned this.
Thank you, Traveler.
Thank you, God.
Soldier's log. Date. Who gives a shit? Age. Some would call this the first. Been fighting on these fields for weeks now. It's tiresome. Ridiculous. But someone has to keep things together. Someone has to soldier on and push forward. They call this the first stage. That's what people are referring to it now, but it's a load of horse shit. No one remembers the age of creation, and it's probably better that way. So many greedy empires, so many foolish first creations by gods, so many failed attempts, myself included. So, here we find ourselves in this new and prosperous first age, as the gods have finally settled into their chairs, and those who actually care enough have made their seat and their peace with these new primordials, but this war seems to be ongoing. Some primordials aren't really falling into line with the new treaty, and some gods are being petty and ambitious, and ruining the boundaries of the treaty anyway. Asmodeus keeps calling for changes and new regiments for the Celestial Lines, and keeps telling his superiors that they should reorganize the Nine Hells and restation his men there, but this isn't going to change much. The warlord is pressing, and with the Maw by his side, we are getting our asses handed to us by their forces. Both monster and deity alike, it's just a bloodbath out here, and if it weren't for the fact that I keep coming back, this would be a pretty kick-ass way to die. There doesn't seem to be any stopping these primordials, but I found there's a way to slow them down. It happened the other day. It was fucking crazy. So, one of them primordials comes down. The title that they go by is, the Nomad. And, I see him coming down, and I think to myself, well, shit. This is gonna be another bloodbath, and, I look behind me, and on the other side of the field, I can see Orcus getting his shit together as he's finally hauled his ass out of the abyss onto the material plane, and he is just looking for a fight at this point. And, I've settled into this nice little farming village, and I'm really, really not wanting to form these humans that they are about to meet their imminent demise when this nomad character comes crashing down, and I think, well, shit, bad enough I gotta deal with Demon Lord, now I gotta deal with Primordial, and damnedest thing happens. This little kid walks up to this primordial entity, this vast being of power trapped in a tiny, tiny little frame, and he says something to him. He says, "One who whispers through the reeds, will you help us? Will you stop the undying?" And I swear to God, it was the damnedest thing. This guy seized up like someone had yanked his fucking chain. And he just unleashed absolute hell on this demon army. I'm talking gale force winds, tornadoes, hurricanes in the middle of a landlocked zone. It was a torrent of energy. These demons got ripped high into the sky and dropped thousands of feet and just died. And these guys probably got popped back to Abyss and were rightly fucked there. And Orcus, he thought he was gonna step to this guy, and this thing waved his hand, and a flash of blue light just shot out, and that demon lord screamed as I watched one of his eyes get gouged, and one of his horns fell off. And it just sat there in the ground, and it started shrinking, and he got pushed back by a torrent back into the breach from the abyss, and it slammed shut. And then this asshole strolls across casually like nothing happened, picks up the horn, and then just vanishes as soon as he came. So I turned to the kid and I said, "What the hell was that? What did you call him?" And he said, "I'm surprised you could hear that. Most people don't hear their true name, or the true names of others." And this kid was absurd. I said, "Where'd you learn that?" And he said, "Well, simple. I asked him." Can you believe that? A god giving away their actual ball and chain. I guess he saw something in this kid. I guess I need to be moving on. Other villages to ransack. Plenty of lives to watch get laid to waste. First Age. What a shit show. Signed, probably the first immortal, Ilum Life Drinker.
What was that name again?
Ilum Life Drinker.
Cool. That was a lot that just entered my notes.
That's a big drop on Manoodle. Alrighty
Oh,
then.
heavy.
Yeah.
Storm just wrote down 2 paragraphs, and I'm impressed by him.
I summarized a hell of a bit.
And then you still got 2 paragraphs.
That was a low dump. Thank you, sir.
And that is all of your time. I'm just kidding. But for real though, you're probably not going to find anything else more substantial than that
Yeah,
in those
I
3
just
days.
want to take that as a win and fall asleep.
You can spend your next 3 days kind of going over it and kind of researching true names, but it's not going to be any different than stuff we've discussed out of game.
Yeah.
Honestly, so you're just going to discover. You're just Merrick's like, oh my god, I've ascended. I now know the knowledge of a guy named Storm.
I now know what my player knows.
My god, I'm just a construct.
But of a fun construct.
Merrick now realizes he's an imaginary character and can theoretically do anything now.
Yeah. So it is 1:12 a.m.
Yeah.
And I don't want to run us too long. I really wanted to get through this. So I'm just gonna.
I mean, what else? Does anyone else have anything?
Linsbor has a meeting with Trappet and a meeting with Avok. Trappet has a meeting with Ziara. Rando has Druid training, and Avok has a meeting with Kane.
Okay, so
And
I heard.
Ciara.
Yeah, that's right. So at least 4 of us have one thing, if I heard correctly from Walker.
Yeah, four of you have things to do.
Okay, so. Okay,
Merrick's done. Merrick's good.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to decide at the start of next session?
Here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna kind of, just because I want to end on a high note, we're gonna kind of breeze through this stuff, and do a little recap. Start of next session. So I'll say that in the time that you, well, we'll do 2 things. We'll do the Linsbor Avok and Linsbor Trappet stuff. Like as a flashback next session. I do apologize, Vex, that you haven't gotten a lot to do. I'm sorry.
It's fine. If Zach has done anything this session, I was gone during it. So.
I mean, and besides, you've done a lot in terms of just getting prepped for the rally. Like, you have got.
I am prepped for 3 out of 4 of these plans.
Yeah,
Dude,
you are
you're
going to
gonna
be the MVP.
Oh, yeah.
You and Rando are secret weapons.
Yeah, like for real.
That's sad that Rando's the secret weapon.
I'm a wild card, baby.
Yeah, he is.
So we'll go ahead and do. Rando had some druid training that he was going to do for 2 days. So we'll do that as a flashback as well. We'll just do the Trappet Ziara and Avok Kane stuff, just because that is prevalent. We need to get that taken care of before we go into the Four Islands rally.
Okay.
Let's try to keep these pretty short though, guys.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
So we'll jump into Trappet Ziara first. So where are you meeting Z?
I guess I was gonna say maybe it should be around Platinum Watch HQ, so maybe it'd be a bit more spur of the moment instead of me summoning her like the last 2 times. I'm kind of running out of ways to talk to her.
Yeah, we'll say it's a bit of spur of the moment. You kind of just show up to the HQ and start asking around. And some people say that they've seen her up in the watchtower, which is just kind of this large spire that ascends above the city. It's not really like a watchtower. It's not great for vantage points. It's more or less just a spot for communications, for lack of a better word. Like it is a tower that is above Janice's like communications hub. So as you climb up there, she's just kind of sitting there, and she's just talking out loud, and she's just like, man, another day, another day, another day, another day. When are we going to get to something fun for a change? And I'm going to need you to make a stealth roll for me.
Okie dokie. Stealth. 22.
Yep, you beat her passive perception.
Okay, I'm not trying to sneak up on her, but...
I mean, yeah, if you want to just straight out approach her, you could do that, but if you want to listen into her...
I'll let her talk for a minute or two.
Fuck. When do I get to kill shit? And then you actually hear a voice respond. Look, if I wanted you to go around killing assholes, I would fucking tell you. So, do me a favor and just do your fucking job. Easy for you to say, your job actually takes you outside of these fucking walls. Whereas I'm stuck here, and occasionally get to be sent out like a bloodhound whenever Gareth or Altus or Janice want something acquired. God. You know, you said that sooner or later the peace would break and we'd be back at war with Elloran, but no such luck. Those assholes are licking their wounds and they're trapped in some civil war. There is no one for us to fight outside of ourselves, and it's becoming a pain in the ass because these nobles are just blah, 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 blah all the time. And look, you told me you wanted me to put you through to something that would be a little bit more fun, yeah? Well, I'm telling you that in order to do that, you need to trust me. Now, do your job, sit patient, and shut up. And seriously, stop calling me. I know that you want this piece of fine ass, but it's not for sale. Fuck off. And you hear her stretching as she stands and begins to make her way down the stairs. What do you do?
Shit. I need like can I pause for a second? Shit, my brain's like dying. Hold on. Ugh.
You can hear her footsteps getting closer as she comes down the staircase.
I'm going to.
I realize it was a lot, but you are on a time crunch. You.
I know. I'm going to. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go back down.
Okay. You.
I'll be in one of the corridors, kind of wandering.
Okay, so you're gonna descend the staircase and just hang out.
Basically, look like I'm just kind of looking around, or like I'm heading towards the staircase.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to roll me another stealth check.
Drop my dice on the floor. Come back, cat. Come back. Shit. Fuck. Cock! Um... 22? Yeah, 22. Oh my god, stop, cat.
Let's see. So, that beats her passive. However, it doesn't beat her active.
I know. I figured this is where it's going to go.
So as you make your way down the staircase, you are a fair bit ahead of her, but from here you can hear an arrow being drawn and knocked, and the sound of footsteps as she is running now.
Relax, Yara. It's just dear old rampant.
Okay. She rounds the corner. She makes it down the stairs and rounds into the corridor that leads further down. Basically, like, the way I envision it is that there's a spiral staircase leading to the top of where she was sitting, and you were just hanging out below. And as she made her way down those fucking stairs, you kind of booked it. And would you be hanging out in? Okay, so let
Basically,
me.
when I heard the arrow knock, I just kind of stopped.
Oh.
And then I was, yeah.
Well, then, yeah, you're standing in the middle of the archway that leads out of this tower, and she is standing on the other end with an arrow pointed at your back.
She's saying what? Sorry, you cut out.
If you stopped the second you heard it being drawn, then she still would have had time to run down the rest of the stairs. She is now standing behind you with an arrow pointed at your back.
I figured as much. Well, actually, I figured I'd be facing her.
I mean, you could turn around. Yeah, you could have turned around in the time that she descended the stairs.
My hands are up in a peaceful gesture.
Trap it.
Ciara?
Give me one reason.
Sorry, you cut out. I just heard "give me" and I heard nothing.
Give me one reason.
Well, I've had my suspicions for this long, and haven't said nothing to no one. So we go back a wee bit, you and I. And you know as well as I do that...
Alright. I'll be straight with you. We both chafe under the
constraints of this organization. I didn't come here of my own free will. I'm here mainly to look after my son, who I didn't even realize was even in the organization until after I was drafted by Altus.
I asked for a reason, not a life story. 5. 4. 3.
I want in.
And why should I trust you?
You shouldn't. And you're smart enough to know that you shouldn't. I thought you would have survived as long as you have in that organization had you trust people. Just as you have gone this far without trusting anyone in this organization and survived.
Oh, I trust people. See, I know that in both organizations, people aren't smart enough to cross me. And I also know that loyalty is rewarded. If I do my job here, I get some nice gold. If I do my job there, I get what was promised to me. It's a win-win, really. It's all about doing your job and trusting the people to do theirs. It's basic rule of soldiering, 101.
And what was promised to you was worth all of this effort.
Why should I tell you that? Why should I
if you
give
go-
you that bit of information? Why would
If
you
you're gonna
want to join
kill
up?
me, what do you have to lose?
Well, everything. Because A, I'm not going to kill you. Maim you? Absolutely. Imprison you? Sure. But kill you? No. See, here's the benefit of my situation. No one's going to believe a liar. However, if I kill you, well, your boy's got that fancy little speak with dead, and it wouldn't be useful to have him use that to blab all my secrets, now would it? So, I could take you here and now, and then say that I infiltrated you coming up here for a clandestine communications with unsavory organization known as Eclipse, and that you're working actively to betray Platinum Watch from within, and, well, I'm certain that your teammates, with how things have been going, won't believe you, and certainly the higher-ups won't believe you. It'll be quick lock, stock, and two barrels, and away you go.
Hi, you're correct. Not that many people around here are fond of me. Nor would they believe me if I went against you. So looking from my perspective, why would I go against you? You yourself said no one here is dumb enough to fuck with you. Do you really think that I'm dumb enough to do that?
Well, your track record speaks for yourself.
Aye, I'm dumb enough to fuck the wrong people, but not to fuck with people.
Well, you fucked with Altus.
I beat him in a card game.
Yeah, but you didn't have to gloat.
I learned to just ask him to pay up. I didn't gloat. Just a sore loser, that one.
Sure. So, you said you want to join, and I asked you a simple question. Why should I trust you? Come on, you gave me a reason to not kill you, so give me a reason to trust you.
Because I haven't outed you so far, or anyone else in your organization. And believe me, I have more names than I care to know.
Okay. She draws the arrow back further and kind of like, takes close aim and goes, who else do you know in Platinum Watch?
Ah, do you have a bit of parchment? It's going to take a while to write all the names down.
Fine, we'll narrow it down. Do you believe any of the leadership to be under the cloak, as it were? Outside of myself.
I have suspicions. Nothing exactly verified, but...
Well,
Again,
suspicions
as you
aren't
pointed
factual
out-
proof.
As you pointed out about circumstantial evidence towards myself, it can pile up. I know the Era Quackor was one.
Okay. And
Yeah, but I'm
she immediately
looking
just
for that
lowers the arrow. No one knows that itself outside of certain contacts and informants who very well know not to disclose that information unless potential lucrative deals come in. So I'm glad that you met a member of our talent acquisition.
I've been trying for months now.
It's
to
not
get a
hard.
contact to join. It's harder than you think. I deal with a lot of scummy people. And they're not exactly forthcoming with context. Your organization doesn't have business cards, for instance.
Well, we do, but they're all black. That was a joke. Learn to take one.
Trap is just like smugly nodding, just like chuckling a little bit.
Look. You said you want in. So, I will humor you. You're going to that Four Elements rally here soon.
Aye, we are.
You got one of two options. Either you all win and you bring me that elixir, or you work to make sure that our teams win.
And which teams do you have?
Oh, you'll know them when you see them. I pushed for subtlety this year, but unfortunately I was outvoted.
Well, I'll be honest. It wouldn't be too easy to pry the elixir from the rest of the groups should we win.
Wonderful. And one last thing. If you do win and you do get your hands on the elixir, I need you to prove your loyalty.
Oh, and how shall I do that? You want me to murder another Platinum Watch member? Or ransack an orphanage?
Wow, y'all have some pretty skewed views on what we do here. No, not ransack an orphanage, and, well, now that I think about it. Yeah, I think we'll go with the murder thing. If during the Four Elements rally you suspect any of your team of getting too close, just once you get back, celebrate your winnings, pop open that champagne. If one of them looks like he's going to expose the truth, pop their cork, as it were.
Well, wouldn't be the first time I've done it. And I don't think it'll be the last.
Well, if you join up, no, it won't be. So, do we have a deal?
I have another question for you. I feel like I feel as though I've exhausted. I have certain problems I need to work out, and I feel as though I've exhausted the resources available through me for Platinum Watch. If I do this, get you the elixir, and join the group, will I have access to other resources?
Like what?
Again, information. And groups with looser morals.
Well, I can guarantee you that we have both of those things in spades. Helps to be one of the most interconnected organizations in the world.
Well, that's all I wanted to know. Ziara, my dear, you have a deal.
And she extends her hand to shake on it.
Travis shakes his.
All right. And that is that. So we'll do Avok meeting with Kane.
Oh boy. Do we know if she's the crow?
You never asked.
Yeah.
Cookie wide.
Oh, is it too late for me to ask her call and sign?
I'll allow it.
Well, if I end up a member of the group, do I get some sort of little fun call sign? Like I've heard of the hunter, the watcher.
If you work your way up the organization, yes, you can earn a title.
I have my sights set on a few potential code names. And I was wondering, if you don't mind my asking, which one was yours?
Tell you what, if and when we work together, I'll let you know.
Very well.
Once you've proven your loyalty, I'll give you that information for free.
Alright.
And with that, we shall move into Avok's meeting with Kane.
Okay.
A lot of information this session. I'm so glad we're finally wrapping all this social shit.
Whew.
The drama.
Let's do this.
All right. So you meet with Kane, and he actually calls you out to a tavern on the outskirts of town called the Sterling Hoe. And as you head out there, you find him not like necessarily deep in the cup, but he's been drinking.
Boy, come on over. You got it.
So, your letter seemed relatively urgent. What do you need from me?
Several things I wanted to ask you about.
Sure thing. Font of information, so they say.
I came here quite a few years ago. I was just wondering if you could enlighten me about sort of Goliath culture. I've been taken away from it for a long time. I was in the war.
Right. So, for the most part, a lot of our culture has been, well, at least in Volta here, it's been rebuilt from what it used to be. The general structure is that we have our herd societies. Everybody serves a role. Everybody has a purpose. It's not often that we have politicians or diplomats, but as times have changed, we've recognized a need to spread out and advance our societies and services, so I have more or less become a spokesperson for our people. For the most part, it's just hunting and gathering, occasional smithing. If we head into civilized society and decide to get, day jobs, we tend to keep to stuff that's more physically demanding.
Sweet. And the Goliaths of how's it pronounced? Varanus?
Varianus?
Varianus, yeah. And the Goliaths of Varianus.
A lot different. Goliaths out there, very set in their cultural ways, not big on social interaction or politics. Very rigidly structured. They keep to the mountains, they keep away from people, and if they could have it, they would completely isolate themselves entirely. Most interaction I've seen the herds back then when I traveled around was interacting with the Ironbone clan of Dragon Slayers, but that was just more out of mutual respect than anything else.
See. So, that's actually where I hail from, but I haven't been there in quite some time. And does the name Cork mean anything to you?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What?
Does the name Cork mean anything to you? It's my my name. I don't know if any of my family survived the war, or if any are around. Honestly, I don't even think I remember my parents.
Can't say. I've met some different Goliaths here, but I haven't met any Corks.
Well, that's whatever. But there's plenty of Goliath tribes over here, right?
Yeah, we've got a few. Yeah.
And do you all sort of work together, or how's that work?
So we do have a communal arrangement. There's not a lot of us. We mostly do stick to the High Rock region. Some of us have spread out a bit further. But anyone who isn't really in High Rock is really one of two herds. It's either the Unchained herd or the Arboreal herd.
So there's the Unchained herd, the Arboreal herd, and what was else? You're breaking up.
Sorry, there were those two, and he said there's three other herds that are in High Rock.
Three others. I'm imagining there's some bad blood, with the way you said that.
No, the Arboreal herd just has their own ideas on how Goliaths should run their culture.
Okay. Cool.
I got nothing against them if they just don't want to eat meat anymore. That's their bag.
That's minor by comparison. So, no, I'm just gonna be honest. What would you think about the Goliath tribes joining forces? The ones in Volta.
Well,
United.
I mean, we tend to keep to our own separate things, and we've got some arrangements with one another, but I've got no qualms with it. It would make delegation and diplomacy a lot easier.
It would. And something's coming, and I think Goliaths are. Let's face it, we're a strong people. That
Yeah,
strength
we
may
are.
be called upon soon.
Probably.
So what was that?
He said probably.
What have you heard about the goings on lately?
Just that not much is as it seems anymore. Money changing hands, people delving into places they shouldn't, soldiers moving away from places they should. Seems kind of odd.
There was something that is trying to get back to this world. Something that should not be here.
He kind of chuckles at that, and he goes, "Yeah, your boogeyman. Word's gotten around."
Yeah, they nearly killed me. Ate my soul.
Well, from what I can understand from your field report, you tried to possess it, so,
I tried to possess what I assumed was, just a sort of remote control corpse. I didn't expect it to be his actual avatar.
Well, can't blame a Goliath for charging in head first without thinking about something.
Yeah. I mean, I lived, right? That means I won.
Well, just make sure you're stronger for the next fight.
Damn right. I'm too stubborn to die. Or to stay dead, rather.
Well, keep telling yourself that. It's a good motivator.
Yeah. I was wondering if you would reach out to the other tribes and extend my thought that in the coming days our strength is worth more together than it is apart.
I'll extend my invitation.
Thank you.
My pleasure. He kind of gestures for them to go ahead and bring him some more drink, and he goes, "Is there anything else?" Did you hear me?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
He gestures for them to bring him some more drink, and he goes, "Is there
Oh my
anything
God,
else?
You're breaking up again.
Is there anything else?"
Is there anything else? I don't think so.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to move into... we're going to go ahead and who all's still here?
Vex is the one who's left, but Storm's about to head on out. It's almost 2 o'clock here, and I gotta go to bed.
All right. Then in that case, I'll save everything for next time. Where we'll do the intro to the Four Elements Rally, we'll do the flashback with Linsbor, and we'll go ahead and hop right into the race.
Nice.
Strap it, you bastard.
I don't. What the second did I do, dude?
We don't know yet. That's the problem.
I know.
Well, everyone, it has been a pleasure having you all here again for this recording of Platinum Watch, and I hope that you all have a fantastic rest of your week and a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.